I'm sorry for the technical issues. It was my fault. So, since I don't see any questions that you would like to discuss, we are ready for the new day. And I'm sure you'll remember very well the discussion we had yesterday about open-ended questions. But I would like to delve a bit deeper on that, because this will also be one thing that you will be asked to do for your final assignment. So, Xartipi, if we can share with everyone the handout that I have sent you. I'm not sure whether you want to send it on here on the chat box or via WhatsApp. What is easier for
I
you?
will do both. I will do both.
Okay, very well. So what I would like to do now is give everyone some time, like let's say 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes is enough, so that you can start thinking of open-ended questions about your own site or the objects that you are dealing with, and just write down as many questions as you can think of, but try that they are from all 4 different categories. So we have prepared a handout just referring just to the open-ended questions with some examples so that you have everything on one paper. I understand it's easy for you. You can take a look at this handout. Maybe you have some inspiration from it, but try to include as many questions as you can about your own site and phenomena, objects, monuments, etc. Okay, because this will also be part of your final assignment. Okay, so let's have 5 minutes working on that.
Okay, so now it is shared both on Zoom and the WhatsApp.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Constantine. I'll try to explain again. I just noticed Abraham's question. It's an interesting question, Abraham. I have never thought about the shape, the exact shape of the triangle, of the interpretive triangle, but I would say that it's a equilateral triangle. So a triangle with every side being equal to the other two, because the emphasis we want to give on all the 3 elements of the interpretive triangle has to be the same. So the heritage elements, the heritage phenomena, the participants, and the interpreter has the same gravity, let's say, the same way for the interpretation to be really working. Okay. Are we ready to start dealing with local engagement? I hope we are. I'm going to share my screen. And like, okay, time to do some group work early in the morning. We will work in groups and we will have 10 minutes. What I want you to do is think of one successful case of heritage interpretation or heritage management where the local community was actively involved. Maybe this is something that you have heard of. Maybe this is a case where you were a part of. It doesn't matter. Maybe but try to think of all the elements of this case so that you can explain. You can discuss amongst your group. So you decide which of all the cases that you have heard of or that you were personally involved is the best one. And then each group will share one case. So the question is, one successful case of heritage interpretation or heritage management where the local community was actively involved in some way. Is it clear? Any questions about that? Okay. In that case,
So are we ready to open the groups?
we,
Oh, no.
yes,
Yes? Okay.
yes, we are. Pippi, if you can make me a co-host.
I think I have done you a co-host.
Okay. Yes.
Um, I don't know why the rest participants don't go to the breakout rooms though.
Maybe we move room 3 with room 2 together. Do you think it? Because room 2 also includes me.
Okay, sorry for that.
That's okay.
Um, you are here with the rest of participants.
You mean me?
Yes.
Yes, because I didn't enter the room.
Okay, so I think that participants should accept the invitation of entering the room actually in order to go there.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, so people please accept the invitation to attend the rooms because otherwise you can't enter.
Room 1, mostly here. So if you can hear us, you have to check there is an invitation sent to you so that you can enter your breakout room and do the exercise. If you can check this. Nega, Melchior, Abdul, Roque, Habib, Mohammed.
Yes, they should do it, actually. I see that they are doing it gradually, but
Yeah.
okay, how much time do they have there?
We said 10 minutes, so I would say till 9. Let's say. I'm very curious to listen to successful stories of local engagement. Who would like to share something that you discussed with your breakout? Yes, Abraham, go on. You have to unmute, eh?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Valia.
Hi.
Thank you. Now I think you are hearing me.
Yes, very well. Thank you.
As my group discussions and that to raise here, we are choosing one successful heritage site that is Fossil Castle. As you know that Fossil Castle. But before going to say any about the Fossil Castle, I would like to say something about the successful heritage management, where what the successful management heritage sites are in Ethiopia. There are many heritage sites which are successful. The first one is the Fasil Castle. The second one is Aksum Obelisk. The third one is Harar Jagol Gimp, Harar Jagol Gimp. The fourth one is the Sofamer Cave. As you know, that is Sofamer Cave, which is found in Bali. The other one is there are the stele and many successful heritages are found in Ethiopia. From that successful heritage management sites from Ethiopia, we selected the first one, that Fasil Castles. The Fasil Castle is the palace of Fasil. The palace of Fasil during the regime of Fasil, 16th century, I think the 16th century, there was a king. The name of king is Fasil, the Fasil Castle. It is a palace which is found in Gondar, from Addis Ababa, I think 767 kilometers apart, 767 kilometers far from Addis Ababa, from the center of Ethiopia. So when we are coming to say about the successfulness of this heritage site is, number one, the Fasil Castle is recognized by UNESCO. This shows us how the heritage management, the Fasil Castle heritage management administration systems, how they are strong, that too investigated so many informations about the castle and to recognize in UNESCO. This is the indication that to successfulness. The second one is, as you know that when you are coming to the northern part of Ethiopia, it is one part of the heritage site, the Fasil Castle. The Fasil Castle promoted well digital promotion systems has used, because when you are going to everywhere in the world, the Fasil Castle has a popular place. That also the promotion systems of that regions indicated how they use the promotional systems. That's also their successfulness. The third one is the community integration protection and conservation. The community integration protections and conservation systems. As you know that it is more than 500 years ago. 500, I think, I don't know, but the 500 years ago, the year is 500 years. From that beginning of the foundations of the castle, still now, the community can protect it and can conserve it as their own property, No one to interfere, that to damage and destroy this heritage site. This means how the community strongness is good. The community protect it and conserve it. The last one is, as you know, that it is old and aged historical place. It is old and aged historical place. When the regimes are changed from one regime to another regime, there is a political war, there is a civil wars, there is other neighboring wars. Due to that, maybe the heritage site is endangered, but nowadays, by the supporting and by the sponsorship of the foreigners like you, they maintained that. So the artistic material of the building, also the artistic material of the building, how they artistic value added to the sites, how the artistic value of the material, how they used for the building that to build the build. So
Okay.
according to this, we selected as my group the Fasil Castle, which is found in Gondar from Addis Ababa, I think 767 kilometers apart. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you
Maybe
very much.
if
Okay. Thank you, Abraham, and thank you, the group that you collaborated. So one interesting case already with the local community feeling ownership about this castle and really actively protect it as if it is its own heritage. Very good. Who else would like to share the discussion you had in your group about sites that are really respected, presented in a way by the local community also? Any other interesting cases that you would like to share?
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. In our group, we have discussed on the point, and based on that, we have identified some points. In the case of our group, in the Hamara regional state, there are many heritage sites, and these heritage sites are either managed and interpreted by the involvement of the community. So this is fact. When we choose as a pilot Zuramba Mariam, this is an ancient monastery, the cave-based holy place. It was built in the ancient history of Ethiopia. Zuramba, it's far from Bahar Dar, around 175 kilometers, the capital of the regional city. So this heritage site was maintained by the involvement of the community. Communities are involved in many ways. For example, they provide financial assistance for the cost of the restoration. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And also, some community parts are providing professional support.
Okay.
For example, for an evidence, they prepare restoration engineering design, and they made research how the restoration would be conducted. And the other point is the communities involved in the heritage management, conservation, they provide material support to keep the originality of the heritage site. In many of the regional states, the communities, most of the communities are involved in these ways. They provide material support for that heritage site. And the other one is there will be physical participation with free fee, particularly when the religious sites are restored. The religion followers are participated in free payment, physical participation. So when you convert this free participation into financial support, it should be in millions, $1 million. So we have seen this kind of heritage management. And also, when I come to the interpretation part, the local peoples, particularly the heritage owners, involved in language translation. Most of the artifacts here in the regional state are written in this language. So this language is spoken mostly by the religious leaders and the religious service providers. So they can translate what is there in the book, religious books. So any researcher, any interpreter can grasp the original information from that part. So they are helping the interpretation part by translating language, and they provide fact-based information. Most of the, like, especially those elders, they know the history, they know how the heritage was made from. So they can give you a fact-based information. So they are a part of the interpretation part.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another interesting example of how the local community can actively be engaged for the management, even for the restoration or for the interpretation of a site. Thank you very much. Any other examples that you would like to share? Yes? No?
And when I have attached one certificate.
Yeah.
This man is living in the USA, and he was my colleagues. Abraham knows this man. He was participating financially and technically when the Zuramba monastery was constructed. So our bureau has given an award, certification award, to recognize his participation.
Good. That's always good.
I'll share you for an example.
Okay. Thank you. So any other examples that you would like to share before we proceed? Okay. If something else comes up, please feel free to interrupt and share your own stories. So let's go back to the presentation. Okay. Someone could ask why should we include the local community in heritage interpretation, and what role should they play? Well, there are so many reasons why we should do that. It's one that you already said. It's very important if the local community feels that the heritage site is something that they are proud of, then they take ownership of that and they are actively protecting it. Okay, so this is very important. This is also mentioned about the Fasil Castle by Abraham's group. Another thing is if you can also involve them on how to present the site, either by sharing their stories as well, or even if you can even train some members of the local community so they are the guides themselves. Tilahun mentioned that such things can also happen. Immediately for the visitors, it takes another, it has another sense. The interpretation offered by local guides is always something more memorable and meaningful. Okay, let's look at some cases. So, we all know the value of experts, okay? Experts give us the facts. They share the value of the site, the historical information behind, or the biological or ecological in the case of natural heritage. What is the meaning of the site for us today? So they build a narrative, a very specific narrative, okay? On the other hand, the local community has also its own meanings and its own narrative about the site and about the heritage, which in some cases may not be identical to the narrative of the experts. Why? Because the locals may interpret, may understand the site differently. Maybe they don't have all the ecological information or all the historical information. However, they are the people who live near the site, or in some cases inside the site. So they have that means that the site and the heritage has a special value for them and different meaning. Okay. At the same time, the local community has very specific needs that they need to somehow attend, and probably has a vision about the site, a vision about their presence in the area. Okay. So our work in interpretation is how to connect these two narratives, how to make them come closer together and include them in our interpretation. Okay, a couple of things that we need to remember. Every case is different, okay? Even if you have very similar sites, for example, monasteries or wetlands or old towns, still the case is different because it depends also on the context. It depends on the bigger picture. We often forget how much local community, how much knowledge the local community has, okay? They know a lot, really, because they have been living there. And there are stories, there are the use of the site also means that they are very well accustomed to it, and maybe we will also gain by involving them into the research and into the management of the site. Sometimes the things we get out of the local community, if we do some research and ask them about the site, may surprise us, even the experts, okay? Because maybe we expect to get some sort of information from them, and in the end, we get something quite different, something unexpected. This means that we, as researchers and as interpreters, we have to be very flexible in our way of thinking and very flexible in our way of acting. Adapt to what they will give us, adapt to what they can give us, okay? The first thing to do when starting working with the local community would be to create what we call a stakeholder map. And this is just a very simple example of a stakeholder map I have made for this national park where I used to work and live in, called Davia. So in the stakeholder map, we try to put all the stakeholders, all the entities, the people, the institutions, the groups that are somehow affected by our site or that are affecting our site. So it's everything that could be, that could have some change, could make some change on the site or could be affected by the site. In this case, you see we have the hunters, the loggers, the forest service, the tourism professionals, the army, because there is also army located in the national park. Then moving outwards, what are on the regional level or even on the national level, the entities that still affect the park but not located or being the close proximity. So here you would have the Regional Forest Bureau, you would have the municipality, the National Association of Hunters, etc. And of course, the visitors play a prominent role. Moving on the national level or on the European level, we would have some ministries, we would have the National Tourism Association. So we start from the center and we start thinking in circles, let's say, who are the stakeholders that play a role in the management of the park or in the interpretation of the park, okay? Something that I would like you to remember is that on one hand is the local community for sure. So it's best to think about it in a more detailed way. Instead of saying local community, try to think about the subgroups that are part of it. So for example, here, the hunters or the loggers or the guides, the local guides. What is also important to remember is what we call the heritage community. The heritage community is includes all those people who are really interested on the site, even if they don't live nearby. So maybe I visit the Fossil Castle, I really love it, and I feel that it's part of its heritage site that is worth be there forever and ever. But I live in Greece. This doesn't make me really part of the local stakeholders or even the regional or the national stakeholders, but still I'm part of the heritage community. Why? Because I feel connected to this site and I want it to be preserved as heritage. Okay, so heritage community may be spread around the world, but are people who are ready to protect in some way from far away our sites. Okay, how to involve the local community? There are really many different ways on how to ask the local community to share their stories, to share their vision about the site as well. What you see here is a tool that we often use. You can invite members of the local community and ask them to create a mind map. This is called a mind map. So in this case, the question would be what heritage, what do they see, they consider as heritage from the site? And you can start again from the center and use either words or little pictures so that they can express themselves freely. This is a real example of a mind map made in such a participatory workshop with the local community about a site. Another idea on how to express what facts they know about the site, but also the meaning that the site has for them, is what is called the interpretive tree. And here in the center, you see we put an image, or it could be in a words, the name of the site or the name of the specific phenomenon, the object or the monument of that we are interested in. And then we ask people to write all the facts they know about this element. And for example, put one fact in one yellow paper and put it down in the roots of the tree, and then the meaning that this monument has for them, and put it in a green paper on the branches. This is, of course, just examples, okay? You can adapt them in any way you want. I'm just trying to share some examples that I know that work, so maybe you can also use them with your local community. Another very interesting way of working with the locals is to go for a walk with them. So you walk around the site and they have the possibility to share stories about the site that happened where you're actually standing on. So you create a map with all the stories and all the information that the local community shares with you. It's very crucial. I mentioned that in the beginning of the presentation. It's crucial if we can include their stories about the heritage in our interpretation. Okay, research shows that the more people are involved, sharing their stories in the interpretation, the more this touches visitors. So if we can add the voice of the local community within our interpretation. This really gives another feeling for the visitors. It's like, for the visitors, it is like really getting to know our place better, okay? If we share the story of the local people. Finally, if possible, we can train people from the local community and ask them to be interpretive guides themselves, okay? This is a real case. You see here a girl called Ivana. She lives in Croatia, so Central Europe. And she happens to have the oldest house of the island where she lives, okay? Her house is the oldest one. So what she decided to do after getting a training was to open up the house and offer the possibility to visitors to join and cook together with her. She uses the material, the resources, the ingredients, it's the correct word. So she uses ingredients produced locally. She uses the recipes of her grandmother, and it's like an opportunity for the visitors to cook with her inside this old house. And at the end, they all share the food they have prepared, listening to stories about the island, about the house, etc. So she plays between an interpretive guide and also cook and creating an experience. Okay. In order to achieve all that, we need to be facilitating this input from the local community. We need to somehow inspire the locals to open up and share their stories with us. So my question for you is, who is the perfect facilitator? Okay, each one of you can work individually, and I need you to think, what are the characteristics that you need to have in order to encourage local people to be involved? You can write your ideas on the chat box and try to think of as many ideas as possible. And you have 4 minutes for that, because we will have some music playing. And to do that, I need to I will have to share my sound again. Sorry for that. And so I need you to think of all the characteristics that you believe are necessary for the facilitator to be a really, really good one. Okay, is it clear? Any questions? What does it take for you to go to the local community and persuade them to open up? Yes, Belkia, I can hear you.
Only write in the chat box or present?
Yes, on the chat box. Okay, as many ideas as you have. Okay, are you ready? Shall I start? We have a chat question maybe. Sartipi shared the guidelines. Yes, Lahun.
I do have one question.
Yes.
As we know, the local guide, the national guide, all these part of the tourism community are engaged in the interpretation of the heritage. In the case of our regional state, more than 1,000 local guides are there providing interpretation for the tourists. And nowadays, the capacity of the tourism industry in the guide job position is not more than 1,000. So there is high demand. They want to engage in the interpretation. So there is a grievance. Many youths who are graduates from the TVT as well as at university level, they want to engage based on their profession. But our bureau has limited the number of guides in destinations because of the number of tourist flow determines the number of tour guides. So in order to solve the question of the youth as well as the community, the Bureau has designed criteria.
Okay.
So based on our experience, academic background is the basic criteria for that to select the number of guides. But people have still now, still today, they have grievance for that criteria because in different professions, there are many people who love to engage in the tourism, but their background limits their engagement.
Yes.
So what do you advise us?
This is a huge discussion. We have very similar problem in Greece. In Greece, you have the national, the official tourism guides. And as you say, it's very, they need to have academic, right, to reach an academic level, which is quite high. And they need to pass exams, etc., etc. So not everyone can become a tourist guide. I understand this, and I also understand that you have to have a limit. So not everyone in the country deals with tourism, because then there is nothing else, you lose from other sectors of the economy, which are also important. Unfortunately, not everyone can deal with tourism. Otherwise, it would be like a shell, not real economy, but just the surface. In my opinion, personally, as Vaya, I'll say that there are different levels of guiding. Okay, it's very different if you are licensed guide to travel around Ethiopia and go to the archaeological sites, to give tours to monasteries, etc., etc. And it's very different if you are a local guide offering tours to your village. Okay, the national guide, the official tourist guide, probably doesn't have all the information and doesn't have the time to find ways to make tours into a village, right? So in my opinion, it would be a good idea if local people could be trained to offer a simple level of guiding in the things, in the surroundings that they are very familiar with, to offer the local stories, to offer, to present the local customs, to show the local cuisine, okay? So things that the tourist guide probably doesn't know so well. But for this, it means that the system has to be more complicated. So to have different levels of expertise and different levels of guiding. This is my personal opinion. Also, another thing that we see now happening more and more is to combine the guiding with some other sort of experience. For example, kayaking, or for example, cycling. In that case, or hiking in the mountains, then you have to have guides who are experts in that in that activity as well. Okay, so they need to know how to offer, how to rescue something on the mountain if they are hiking on the mountain, how to talk more about nature rather than culture. It's very difficult to have one-fit-all profile of the guide, because then you miss, and the tourism product is more and more diversified as the years go by, okay? Because visitors ask for different sort of experiences. I'm not sure, this is my personal experience, okay? And I have also, once upon a time, we discussed this with the Greek National Tourism Service organization, and they see the value of that, but at the same time, the monopoly of the tourist guides is so strong, and the lobbying they are doing is so strong that it's very, very difficult to change the current system, to make it more diversified. So this is where we are.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I'll play the music now so you can write your ideas. The question is, what are the characteristics for the best facilitator, for the person who will really engage the local community? Let's see what comes back. Okay, very interesting points that you have raised. I really like your comments of the chat box. Goba says you have to be respectful, honest and realistic. Very true. Do not expect more than what you can get. Mohammed adds, respect their culture. For sure, we need to respect this community if we want to help them engage, okay? Value as well. and confirm ownership. I absolutely agree. Having a discipline, says Shamil, yes. Musa adds that individual engagement is effective if they are educated and aware of the basic principles of interpretation. This is really interesting, Musa. In my experience, every time that we try to do local engagement about interpretation, I always start with a simple workshop about interpretation so that they understand what it is that we are trying to do together with them, okay? Characteristics expected from the local people to engage in the interpretation might work if there is enough consciousness and basic perception about the object. Exactly, yes, I agree. Abraham adds to give the original information to protect and conserve the heritage as his home, to participate in different creativity tourism, job opportunities, and participate as management members and share the benefit from that side, income generating. Okay, this is also, I think, below about income. This is tricky. And of course, you know best the situation in your country. What I know from my experience in different areas where I have worked with local community, if everything is based on income, so if what they expect is income, then the character of the collaboration with the local community changes. So if possible, I would prefer to base this collaboration on feeling proud about their site, about their heritage, to have the opportunity to have a voice rather than base everything on income. Because then what happens if, for example, the income is not what they expect it to be? It becomes a bit more problematic. Shamil adds to know and respect the culture of the local community. Yes, already said, I totally agree. Melki adds, in order to encourage local community to involve in heritage preservation and interpretation, I need to provide a clear understanding. Notes related to the heritage are the means of income and job for them. We already talked about that. Yes, provoking the community about heritage values and the endangerment that could be about the site. Absolutely agree. So provoke is a key word here, okay? How to provoke them, how to intrigue their interest. Tilahun has several points, for example, that we need to be fluent in both international and local language. Okay, for sure, we need to be, when we want to engage with the local community, we need to speak their own language, whatever this is, okay? It's much easier for a local person to be the facilitator rather than have an expert coming from afar. You must have the ability to describe the significance, objective, and central theme of the idea. We need to be very clear about our intentions with them, yes, and to explain to the local community what it is that we want to achieve. Artistic, says Magdes. Yes, art is always a very useful tool when working in participatory approaches. You must be punctual, honest to the work. Yes, totally. If we want them to be organized and be present, etc., we also need to be very honest about our intentions and be punctual and well organized. Melkia adds, we need honest, integrity, creativity, responsibility. All of them are key words, yes. Tilahun, you must have the ability to tell the true story about the work. Absolutely. Familiar and punctuated adds Magdes. Yes, before doing anything new, ask the feeling of the local people. Totally agree. If we don't have the support of the local community, it's very probable that anything new that we do will just be forgotten pretty soon. Gautam says they want to understand them, respect the society and its heritage. Yes. Asmama, to make the local residents have knowledge of the area and to be in English language. Yes, if we want them to become interpreters themselves, yes, we must make sure that they have enough knowledge about the site and preferably speak English, especially if we have foreign visitors. And finally, Gautam, when you go with them, dress up like them and do their exercises. Okay, very good one. I agree. They need to feel that we are on the same level and that we are not just looking from the outside what's happening. Really good points, guys and ladies. Okay, this is a book. It was written about museums and how to make them more participatory, but actually the principles presented in this book could be implemented in any site. The writer is Nina Simon, and you can actually download her book for free if you visit this site, participatorymuseum.org. It's very easy to read, so it's not an academic book with a lot of nice examples. Of course, it refers to America, but still, I'm sure that you can find ways on how to implement some of her ideas in your sites as well. I have done that for Greece, and I can guarantee you Greece is nothing like America, but still there were lots of examples that I could get inspiration from. So just very briefly, what she says about inclusive interpretation. She distinguishes three different types, three different levels of inclusivity. The first one, the most common, is when you do something for the community. And she says that the more programming is for the community, the more everyone wants to participate. So if we have the needs of the community, the profile of the community in our minds, then obviously they want to participate, they feel included, they feel part of the program. The second level is off. So here, the more an organization is representative of its community, the more people feel seen and heard. In that case, we include the community also in the decision making. And the last and highest level of inclusivity is the buy. Okay, the more programming is created by the community, the more people feel ownership. On that level, it's actually the community who makes the decisions. They are the one having, what's the expression? The stick and the ball in their hands, okay? And they decide how to do it. Okay, some examples about the 4 level. I want locals to learn about this site. So I teach them, I give them information about the site. I wish to attract locals. So in my interpretive plan, I include phenomena, monuments, objects, etc., that they are interested in. I will develop interpretive services that will be relevant to locals and will provoke their attention. So you see, it is me making the design of the interpretation, but I know who are the locals and I do it for them. The second level, off. I will include stories of locals in the interpretation. I will interview locals to discover the meaning this phenomenon has for them and then develop an interpretive theme out of it. So my narrative will be based on the meaning the monument has for the local. Or I will include locals as interpreters of the site, free to share their personal stories as well. So I take local people, I train them how to be guides, and I tell them that, okay, you will give the facts that you know about the site, but you can also share a few of your personal stories. Finally, the highest level, buy, I will ask locals how they would interpret the site. So it's the local people deciding what the interpretation shall be. I will involve locals as co-creators of my interpretive plan as early as possible. So you see the decisions are made together by the experts and by the local community. Or it's the local community that decides which phenomena will be interpreted and which interpretive services will be developed. So it's totally on their hand. Okay? What we'll do now, we will work in groups, 15 minutes. Check the hour. Yes, we can have 15 minutes. Question, how would you involve your local community? Write down your ideas so that we can share at the end, and try to include ideas that are both for, of, and by the community. Okay, so we can have a screenshot of the guidelines. Thank you, Xantipi. But also Xantipi, I will share. Sorry, I will share the previous ones. So people are reminded about the by. If you can take a screenshot of this one, Xantipi.
Yes, one
Okay.
moment.
Yes.
So this is, you will share with me more pictures to do screen
Yes.
print.
Let me know.
Okay.
Okay. This is the examples of off.
This is the second one, eh?
This is the second one. Yes.
Just a moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me share it. Okay, I'm ready for the next one.
And this is the next one.
Okay, done. I'm sharing them now.
Okay, I remind everyone, we will work in groups for 15 minutes. And I want you to think of very specific ways how you would involve the local community. We are talking about interpretation here, okay? Not management, just interpretation. So just the art of presenting the site and the heritage, okay? Write down ideas, specific ideas. What would you do? Would you train the local community? Would you ask them to share their stories, anything that you feel could be done at your sites, and try to include ideas for the community, of the community, and by the community. Check the examples that Xantipi has shared, and unless there are any questions you want to ask, we could start with the breakout rooms. Okay.
So,
Okay.
shall I start them? Okay.
I think so, yes. Good luck. You have 15 minutes. Check the invitation so you can accept
Yes.
the invitation and go into the breakout rooms. So, Tilahun, Melchior, you should have received an invitation. Yeah.
Ναι. Όσοι έχουν πρόβλημα με τις συνδέσεις τους, επειδή τώρα έκανα τη
So, who would like to share what you discussed during your breakout rooms, your group work, any ideas about the local community engagement? Yes, Tilahun, go ahead.
Okay, our group has discussed, and the team split from the group is from different regional states, and they share me their experience, what they do in their regional state. For example, the Afar has their own mechanism, the Tigray, and the Amara. All these areas have an assembly of a large number of heritage, so they have their own experience. So to answer your question, I tell you our experience. The first one is to involve the community in the interpretation part. we need to ensure their beneficiary from the how can they benefit from the interpretation. So first of all, we tell us the meaning, we tell us the significance, and finally, we tell us how they can benefit from that part. So secondly, we are committed to raise awareness. Awareness is the base for everything. To minimize those insignificant ideas, insignificant chaos, insignificant backward attitudes. And to create common understanding about the interpretation, awareness is a basic thing. So we need to do that first. Thirdly, we are inviting local peoples to participate from the planning stage to the fraction in the interpretation part. They should belong to every stage of the interpretation part. This creates sense of ownership about the interpretation. The last one is encourage local peoples to provide their evidences, facts for the to support the interpretation part. Every interpretation needs evidence, either first hand or second hand. So to support that with evidence, local people must participate in providing that evidence because evidence is within the community. This is our...
Very good. Thank you very much, group of Pilahun group. I'm not sure who were present there, but really good work. Thank you very much. Any other group who would like to share? Who would like to go? Abraham. You need to unmute, Abraham, so we can hear you. Yes.
Thank you, Valia. Thank you, Valia. Again, I think as my group discussion, how would you involve your local community? Our group need to involve the local community from the management plan starting view, from the management plan administration system starting view. I think there will if there is a heritage site, there must be a management plan how to that administrate that site. So from that beginning, the local community must involve or engage. In second, the local community also involve in security participating, in different security participating. As you taught or as you showed us before, there are so many departments of, and there is so many stakeholders who integrated. So there are many departments of administration systems of the heritage. Based on that, we involve them in different security participating. The third one is they involve the local community, the conservation and protection administration systems. The conservation and protection systems. When you are coming to Ethiopia, most of the times protected area. Let me share you one area in our region, the Lokabaya National Park. Lokabaya National Park. If you take that national park, the local community need so many products or raw materials from the local national park. So in order to protect that, for example, for gathering for gathering for good fire charcoaling. They need destroy different kind of trees from the park. In order to protect that, you should participate them in the conservation protections and in the protected area conservation and protection systems, administration systems.
Okay.
The fourth one is the job opportunity. I think tourism is one part, one way of job opportunity for developing country. I don't know whether in your developed nations, but when you are coming to in our developing country, tourism is as one means for a job opportunity or creation. So that there are different job opportunity in tourism. For example, there is a client local horse transportation systems. There are different food preparation, the local food, indigenous local food preparation systems. The tourists or the visitors need that to test and to feed it. So there are many local job opportunity systems. Let me there is different local materials, souvenirs, shops, local guides. So we will participate them. We will participate them in different way, in different job opportunity of tourism. The fifth one is facilitating services. Facilitating services. For example, if you want to visit strange area, when you want to visit a strange area individually, without any guide map, without any guidebook, if you want to visit that, if you want to research it, that maybe for that problem that to solve that problem, the local community can facilitate it for him or for the tourist or for the visitors. The other one is organized by different.
The time is going to make short.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Talaun. Organized by different associations. Different associations will organize them by this. How do they involve like this? But when you are coming to the second question, the local community must feel their honority. They must feel their products or their asset or resources as their own feeling, as their own feeling. The second one is responsibility. They want to take. It is my responsibility. It is my responsibility. That the other one is my value. It is my value. Just looks like this. It must be the local community must be like this. The other one, how to benefit them, how to give or share for them. That means they we will benefit them from that income generating. Thank you, Walia.
Thank you very much, Abraham's group. Lots of interesting points. And we have one more group to share their conclusions. How would you involve the local community? Any ideas?
Thank you, Nagat. If you allow me.
Yes, Bega, go on.
So our group, Shamil, Mohammed, Musa, and for 4 of us, including myself, 5 of us. So in 3 areas, you said for, off, and by. So for the community, it's about engaging educational, developing and engaging educational programs would be very important because without educating and engaging them, it's meaningless. And also creation of interpretive plans is also important. Event is also important because if there is event and activities, that would align with local festivals will be very important. We also discussed affordable and free access of sites for locals, so that they can have an increased access to the heritage site, and also local languages are also important. They don't need to learn, French or Arabic or international languages. We speak, even we are getting, difficulties to communicate with international communities. And imagine for countries like Ethiopia and having access English facilities or French facilities is something difficult. So we have to carry that one. More of training is also important. Of the community, what story are we telling? That's very important. So we need to collect the stories, their stories, and memories, and their perspectives, their aspirations. And also we need to include their oral histories, their personal narratives, or their tradition. So to include it into our interpretive teams. We also need to highlight the local cultural practices, crafts, their music, as part of the site's history. More issues also, maybe artifacts and artists, they play a critical role because they connect the past and the present. So if there is any heritage from the past to the present, so that will make it more credible. Otherwise, we lose the link between the past and the present, and also the future as well. Collaboration is also very important, especially with the school, because the school system is very important for us. Celebrating also local heroes is also very important, because as long as we are telling the heritage, the history plays very important role in this. It's also about identity of the locals. By the community, we involve them as co-creators of the interpretive plan. They should be part and parcel of this project, and also establish maybe the local elders can play as a committee for us. They know a lot. They have a lot of experience that will be turned into education, and also encourage the locals to serve as interpreters, guides, and facilitators. We don't stay there for a long time because, at the end of the day, it's them who live in the area and they own the heritage as well. They protected it without any guards and hiring any security officials. And, the community-driven storytelling is also very important. We have these stories. The film industry hasn't come from nothing. It came from stories that our forefathers used to tell. We make fires and we sit around the bonfire, and elders tell stories. Especially for Africans, stories play significant role in shaping generation. We need also to partner with local organizations, if there are any, like religious institutions. It could be like community organizations, and also empowerment, collaboration. All these things are important. These are all the things we discussed with the team. Thank you so much.
Really excellent work, Nega and team. Really, you have mentioned very, very good ideas for the community, of the community, and by the community. Great work. Okay. Hopefully, some of these you will be able to implement sooner rather than later. I understand that there is already a lot of work being done with the community on a management level. So try to involve them in interpretation as well. What you mentioned, as soon as possible, is the key word. So the earlier we can involve the local community to our interpretation, to co-creation of interpretive plans, as you mentioned, the better it is. School communities also, excellent idea to involve the school community, the local schools, in interpretation in any way. I mean, it's very, very good to raise awareness of the children, but also to have the children as links between the parents, the families, and the site. Great ideas, all of them. The bonfire, yes, storytelling is such a good tool in interpretation. One thing that I would like to add before we stop for our lunch break, probably you have heard the discussion with Tilahud about the issue of tourist guides and the requirements that they have to possess in order to get the license and how to deal with the local guides as well. Maybe one idea would be if the tourist guides, the national tourist guide, collaborate with the local people, the local guides. So it is, they have the license, but they collaborate with the local people who offer the stories and the customs, the artists, as you said, Nega, to have the artists to collaborate with local craftsmen so they can show their tangible heritage as well. Really, really very, very good ideas, all of them. Okay, so it's time for our lunch break. And I have to explain very, very clearly that we will meet in 1 hour and a half, which means we meet at 1:30, okay, your time. I emphasize that because then after the lunch break, I will explain more things about the final presentation, so you can start working on the final presentation for today, okay? So please don't be late. Let's meet at 12:30 sharp so we can proceed, because it's the last day. We cannot postpone things for tomorrow, okay? Enjoy your lunch, everyone, and see you at 1:30.
See you at
Bye.
1:30. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Sorry about that.
No problem whatsoever. Okay. Hello again. I hope you had time to enjoy your lunch. And we will have one more presentation before we go out for working on our final presentations that you are going to show to us. So what we are going to talk about now is interpretive planning. Nega's group, before we stopped for our break, also mentioned interpretive planning. And also, I think Abraham and Tilahud may be also in your group as part of the management plan. So it's very common when you prepare the management plan for a site to also work on an interpretive plan. So an interpretive plan, in simple words, it's an attempt to put on paper what will be the experience of the visitors at your site on this macro level, okay? Something that you probably do anyway in your positions and in your bureaus. A couple of things that we have to remember about this plan, which is what I'm going to show now. Especially for the UNESCO sites, interpretive plans have become a necessary feature of the management plans, something that we need to include in the management plan. Okay, so first thing that we have to remember, an interpretive planning is really a process, a not linear process, but a systemic one. We usually start with research, trying to find what we already have on our side, what is the heritage there, who are the stakeholders, what are the stories of the stakeholders, etc. Then we develop our interpretation. Will there be any guided tours? Will we have panels? Will we prepare audio guides? So what are the parts of the site that we want to promote through interpretation? We implement all these nice ideas that we have about interpretation, and ideally, we monitor the reaction of the visitors. We monitor how our interpretation is being implemented, and we evaluate it. So in the end, you see that there is a loop from evaluation going back to development, because for our interpretation to be updated, to be fresh, to be relevant, we need to rethink about it. I would say every 5 years. So 5 years, if possible, it's a good timeline for an interpretive plan to be updated, to maybe rethink some elements. It doesn't mean that we change everything. It means that we evaluate what we have prepared and we decide whether some features of our interpretive plan should be refreshed in a way. Okay, what is the scope of the interpretive plan? The interpretive plan would deal, for example, with one full nature national park, okay, or one museum. For a bigger region than the national park, that would include, for example, the national park, the town that is nearby, maybe some museums that are inside this town, maybe some villages. For that level, we have the interpretive strategy, which is bigger. It includes the bigger region. And then, based on the interpretive plan, we think of our interpretive services, which, as you said yesterday, these are non-personal interpretation, anything like paddles, leaflets, audio guides, applications, whatever, or personal interpretation. So who are the guides? What are they going to talk about? What are the tours that they are going to offer? What training should these guides have, etc. Therefore, in a nutshell, we have 4 planning phases in any interpretive plan. We review the heritage that we have, which means that we search all the possible elements of heritage that we would like to interpret. Okay, so again, think about what we call phenomena, the monuments, the objects, the elements of intangible heritage. All these are possible things to interpret. We review any existing interpretive services that we might have, which means that maybe we work in a museum where there are already some panels, some tours. So we have to review them to see, are these okay? Should we adapt them to something new? Then we develop new services. And finally, we think about the future. When I say develop resilience of the plan, it means that I need to think, well, how this plan will remain fresh in the next 5 years or even 10 years from now. Okay, it's quite important. Think about the maintenance of the services, like we said yesterday. Think about keeping the local community engaged in the long run, training of all the people involved, etc. All this have to do with resilience. The budget, of course. Okay, so on the first place, research. What heritage will we present? What are the phenomena? What are the stories around these phenomena? To whom will we present it? What is the profile of the participants? Is it the local community, visitors from international field, or local visitors? And what are their characteristics? We have to make some decisions, for example, how will we present our phenomena? To develop our interpretive themes, like you did yesterday. Remember these phrases. I remind everyone, interpretive themes are the titles, the core, the heart, we can say, of our narratives. Okay, so what are these things? make sure that we connect them with the main theme. So main theme is like the title of the whole experience, okay? Everything has to fall under this title. Then we have to think, what are the most appropriate interpretive media? Can we make panels? Should it be more appropriate to have audio guides at our site? What is the budget that we have? What is the morphology of the site? What are for example, if there is too much rain or too much sun, maybe a panel is not the best solution. Or if we already have a lot of guides, maybe it's best to use the guides that we have instead of non-personal media, etc. And we need to connect our interpretation with the local community, as we said before our break, and also with the management goals. Okay, so interpretation is part of the management. Of course, interpretation is also connected with values, like we talked yesterday. And what are the values that we want to promote? Is it sustainability? Is it to protect nature? Is it to respect the local heritage, the local community, the values of the local community, etc.? So this is what we are going to work for a little while. This is called the Framework of Interpretive Planning, and it was developed by Interpret Europe. I'm going to share this with everyone. It's very useful even beyond the scope of this workshop, and please feel free to use this framework at your work as well. Let me explain how it works. You see here, the first column, the blue colored column, has the 4 ACEs. So turn phenomena into experiences, provoke resonance and participation, offer paths to deeper meanings, and foster stewardship for all heritage. And here, the first line, shows the interpretive process. Review heritage, review existing interpretive services, develop new interpretive services, and develop resilience for the plan. And in each of these boxes, you can find one question, like, for example, what heritage phenomena can be experienced and how? So you can find 16 questions. Not all of these questions are relevant and appropriate for all the sites. Maybe some of them are not needed at your site. For example, maybe at your site, you don't have any interpretive services so far. Maybe, I don't think so, but maybe. Which means that all these questions are not relevant, okay? So it's up to you to use this framework in a critical way. You decide which of these questions you could use and in what way you could use them, okay? So what we will do, we will work individually, and you have 10 minutes to look at the questions of the framework that we will share with you and decide which of them are relevant for your site, okay? So maybe we can make a screenshot of the guidelines.
Of course.
Okay. And please, we can also share the handout with the questions. Is it clear what we are going to do? Yes? You take the 16 questions, you just go one after the other, and you just note which ones of them are relevant for your site. Okay? Good. So, 10 minutes, and we can start now. It's individual work, unless you are at the same room with someone else and you are both familiar with the site, so you can collaborate on this one, okay? It's up to you. Otherwise, you can do it individually.
Vanya, can I ask you something? Because the slide left very, very fast. After the instructions, you showed us a slide with a table.
It's the same.
This is the the handout. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same questions, just without the
So
color.
I can reload the handout on the WhatsApp just for the reference. Okay.
Yes. Will you also put them on the chat, just for those who don't have a WhatsApp?
I do not use the WhatsApp.
Yes, we will also
Okay.
put them
Can
here.
I show the table here?
Yes, they will be in a moment.
Now they are uploaded on the Zoom chat.
Thank you. I have got.
What you really need to remember about using the framework is that you don't have to use all of these questions, okay? These are made with an attempt to cover all possible different situations that we might encounter in a site when interpreting heritage, okay? So you are the ones knowing your sites and the situations there, so you have to decide which of these questions are relevant and only focus on them. I hope it's clear. Okay, time for the assignments of the day, the presentation that you are going to show to us. I will share my screen to explain everything that this presentation should include, okay? So here we are. So what we want to ask is a presentation that includes the following topics. First, a very brief description of the site and the phenomena that you selected. Yeah, I'll explain once again when I use the word phenomena. I mean the elements of the heritage that you want to interpret. Okay, it could be a door or it could be a full monument. It could be something small or it could be something intangible or something really big. Okay, try to, in my opinion, it's best if you select about 3 or 4 different phenomena. Okay, but that's up to you. What will be the title of your interpretation? What will be the main theme? What would be the open-ended questions that you would use? And try to think of 3 ways how you would involve the local community in your interpretation. Also, a very simple action plan. I mean, really simple, like 1, 2, 3 things, okay? Not more than that, for the next year, based on the interpretive planning framework that you just worked with, okay? So the 16 questions that you saw. Just some inspiration from these questions on how you would like to act in the next 12 months. If you have problems with your connection, that's totally fine. You can send your presentation to us and we will be the ones sharing it online. Please keep in mind, every person, every presenter will have 5 minutes to present, okay? Let's try to keep on this time because we are quite a lot of participants and we will not have enough time for everyone if each presentation lasts really long time, okay? So try to be very specific and keep it short. Anyway, you will have the possibility to expand what you will present here for the final assignment, the final homework that you will send to us after the end of the workshop, okay? So the final assignment will be a bigger version of this presentation, okay? Is it clear? Are there any questions that you would like to ask? This is an individual assignment. So one person makes one presentation for us. What else? Yes, you can use PowerPoint if you like. You can use PDF. You can use only pictures if you don't want to make a presentation with PowerPoint. Feel free to use whatever software you feel more comfortable using, okay? And you can send the file to us either via WhatsApp or use the chat box here on Zoom or using email, whatever is more comfortable for you. And we will have 1 hour to prepare this. So this means that we will start with the presentations at let me see, 3 o'clock your time. Is it clear? I think we have the screenshot. I can stop sharing, perhaps. I hope so.
Love it.
Good.
Yeah.
Any questions that you would like to ask?
Okay. I think this assignment is different from the yesterday assignment.
Yes, some things are the same and some things are a little different. So you can take some parts of yesterday's assignment and add new things today. Okay? You will still use the parts from yesterday assignment that are not here today for the final thing. So everything is still useful, okay? There is a reason why I asked you to prepare this yesterday. You will see, okay? I will be here if you want to ask something, silently waiting, and you can switch off your cameras or whatever suits you so you can prepare the presentations.
Again, Valia, if you agree, I will try to share the screen here on the
Sure.
Zoom in case someone else comes.
Absolutely, yeah.
I will try to do it with a whiteboard if possible and not
Sure.
with sharing my screen. Okay.
Let's see, some people, we live and learn. Okay, I'll pause the recording. Thank you. Okay, I see that, Guyo, you have already shared your screen. I'm not sure if you would like to go first. And explain a little bit. I see that there are 4 of you. However, this is not a group assignment. It's supposed to be an individual assignment. But anyway, if you have already prepared something that you would like to share with all of us, please, you can do this now. Oyo, can you hear us? Let's see, we have more people there. Gobu and Tulu and Dambala, are you all together? Are you all in the same room? Yes. Would you like to tell us a bit more about your assignment? Because I see that you have it on the screen now. Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear me or not.
No.
Yes, there you are. Can you hear me? Gobu?
Okay.
Okay, do you want to go first and tell us about the presentation? Can you hear me?
Please wait me.
You have the same technical problem like I had this morning.
Okay. Our first version or narration of we select 4 sites as following. The first one is Borana 9 Tula Wells. Borana 9 Tula Wells are Melbana, Erdar, As, Gofa, Lae, Wachille, Web, Anole, and Igodublu. The Borana 9 Tula Wells are formed by indigenous community and it serves as a backbone of the Borana livelihood. It is considering as a universal concept. Borana Crater Lakes. Borana Crater Lakes is the second we selected. Is those 3 Soda Crater Lake. The second is Magado Crater Lake and Dillo Crater Lake. Those are the Borana Crater Lakes. Thus, the Borana Crater Lakes were formed by volcanic eruption before many centuries or before many years ago. Many different minerals or this contains many different minerals which uses for many living animals. Some of such materials are white, brown, and black. Oh, sorry. No. No. Sorry. These Borana crater lakes were formed by the volcanic eruption before the many centuries. Contains many different minerals which uses for the many living animals. Some of such minerals are white, brown, and black salt, which found in the above mentioned 3 lakes. It's considered as a universal concept. And the third one is Borana National Park. The Borana National Park are including the 5 blocks. These are Sarite block, Diduyura block, Dambalawacho block, Did Soda block, and Magado block. The Borana National Park is the national park of Ethiopia, which found in the southern part of the Oromia regional state, Borana zone, and it is 575 kilometers from Addis Ababa, the capital city of Ethiopia. This park has different being mammals such as zebra, grave zebra, lion, and so on. It has also different varieties, which some are considered as endemic varieties, such as ostrich, white-tailed varieties, bush crow, traco is also endemic, and so on. Therefore, this Borana National Park is considered as a universal concept. And the last is the Borana Chalbi Desert. The Borana Chalbi Desert is a very known and hot desert which found in Borana zone, particularly in Teltale district and Dillo or those Bureda or districts. And it has a natural spring and hot weather, which is useful for local community in different utilization. It's considered as a universal concept. As on the last, we sent all the pictures to La Salam Borana is like this, and also Boke or the crater lakes, as well as national park, and the living things which live on this park, like birds, and also as well as a tourism tour people's those. And the last is Borana de Charity Desert is like this. Thank you. I finished my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you scroll down so we can also see the pictures? I saw before that you have some very nice pictures.
Yes.
If you can show the pictures, it would be nice. Okay.
On where?
On
this?
the Word file that you are showing us, because we can see your screen now. Yes, there. Okay.
I sending
Nice.
to your the chat.
Good. We will also have it there. Very nice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Two comments from me. The first one, I think you can hear me from two devices and you need to mute one device.
Yes, we are two. We are on the two device because lack of the internet access.
Yes, good. But you hear me with an echo. I think you should put the volume to 0 at one of the devices.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so my comments. The first one, you also need to consider the rest of the questions that we mentioned, like local engagement, an action plan, some open-ended questions, okay? So for the final assignment, please also consider these guidelines. The second thing, these sites are really amazing, okay? You need to think, if you make a tour to all these sites, what would be the title of that tour? That would be your main theme, okay? So how would you describe in one sentence this tour to make it appealing, to make it intriguing for your visitors? Try to think, creatively. And the final comment, it is very common to make a mistake between the value of a place and what we call the universal concept. Universal concept are very simple words that are understood in the same way by everyone in the world, okay? So like peace, or hunger, or like war. So this is the universal concept. For example, a universal concept connected perhaps to the desert, maybe it would be loneliness, or it would be silence. Okay, these are universal concepts that we like to connect with our sites to make our narratives more relatable to the visitors. So try to make this distinction between the universal value of, especially we call it the outstanding value of the site. So a site may be unique because it has the endemic species that you mentioned, it has great geology, it has interesting morphology, all these things. So this is the value of the site. But the universal concept is something different that we use in interpretation, okay? So thank you very, very much for this nice presentation. Please, you have to submit different assignments by person. So each person has to submit one assignment, okay? Different ones. Clear? For the end, I mean, after the workshop, for the homework.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all the team there. Who would like to go next?
What do you say?
Who would like to present after you?
After workshop.
Who is ready? I think, Santipi, we have lots of presentations here.
And members?
Do you have other presentations? Or that was it?
No, yeah. Group it, group it.
Okay, so if that was a group assignment,
Yes.
then we can proceed to some other assignments, individual ones that I have collected. So far I have assignments from Megdes, from Abraham, from Abdu. I don't know if someone of these people ready.
Megdes, would you like to go next? Yes? Okay, great.
Okay, so Megdes, shall I share instead of you the assignment? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let me do it. Just one moment.
Santipi, I see that your computer also takes some time.
It takes some time now. There are a lot of things open actually also.
Yeah. Okay, here
thank
we
you. In RC groups,
Megdes, sorry, we cannot hear you very well. Maybe you can switch off the camera so we can hear your voice better. Excellent, good.
Yeah. There are 4 blocks in RC National Mountain Park. From those are Era del Fakar, Chelalo Galama, Olo, and Kaka block. From those 4 blocks, I take Era del Fakar block. Era del Fakar block, we did Era del Fakar Park in Era town. It's around RC, Era town. I try to prepare open-ended questions. where we get Era del Fakar Park. Do you like this park? And also what look like Era del Fakar Park? These three are of my open-ended question. The second one is, I think, 3 ways on how to involve local people in your interpretation. So I try to put some 3 points. The first one, organize different meetings for the community to share their idea, experience regarding to the parks. The second one, develop a group of community advisor for local residents or stakeholders. It also, those members can serve as ambassador for the parks. Finally, participating volunteers to clean up the park, to leading educational tour, also to planting gardens. The other one is, I think, simple action plan. So I try to put for 1 year, from month 1 up to 2, assessment and researching. Then for month 3 and 4, defining goal and object. That means to increase visitors. Month 5 and 6 reflect the significance of the target audience to announce the significance of the parks. Month 7 and 8, developing interpretative strategy like different tools like tour guide, digital media, digital camera, like that. Month 9 up to 10, assign staff, volunteers for different tasks. Month 11 up to 12, collecting data through survey or observing to guiding visitor understanding and engagement. Finally, develop partnership with local organization finance program offering. This is my whole presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. And thank you for thinking about open-ended questions and the local engagement. I particularly like the idea of the ambassadors for the park. Very good one. And regarding the volunteers, obviously, volunteers is a great way to involve the community. However, it needs a lot of work from your part as well, or whoever is going to deal with the volunteers, because volunteers, they need a total constant inspiration, and you need to involve them in a way that they feel their value. Okay, so it's not as easy as, okay, you come and you do this work and that's all. They need to they do not get money, but they need to feel some kind of reward for the work they are offering. But if it works well, and if you have a team of volunteers who are there for a long time, it's really great. It's a great way to engage the local community. Very good. For the final assignment, you also need to think about the specific phenomena that you will present from this site. I think it's good that you focus only on one block for the assignment, so it's easier for you to focus there. And think also about the main theme. So what would be the title of this experience? Okay. And what are the universal concepts that you connect with this site? What is the sense of this site for you? Okay. I will share the guidelines for the final assignment as well, but you are on a very good path. I really like your ideas like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, who would like to go next? Yes, go back.
Thank you very much. Just to add on Magda's idea, because as she mentioned earlier, this Dera del Fakar block is among the 4 national parks, among the 4 blocks which are in Oromia regional state in RC zone. What makes this Dera del Fakar specific is that it's on highway from Addis to the south to Asalla, the zonal town. Very sensitive to community contact, because it's on the highway, very near natural park, the nearest natural park to the center of the country than any other park. So it's very sensitive and need to be highly communication with the society, and we need to awareness creation for the community, because there are
We lost Gobert. Let's see if maybe he comes back. Okay, it's a very good point what Gobert just said. And this is also something to consider in interpretation. So if we have a site that's very sensitive to being affected by the people, etc., maybe in our interpretation, we should consider this. So maybe to have a limited number of visitors, to consider the visitors flow in a way that doesn't affect so much the resources of the national park, etc. So it's really, really important to consider that. It's a good thing that he added this point. Okay, who would like to go next? Yes, Melchior, please.
Can you share me your whiteboard?
Ah, so you have put your assignment on the whiteboard.
Yeah.
Let's try.
Santipi, I see also Tilahun has sent a message, whether you have got his assignment on the email.
I have received his assignment, yes.
Okay, excellent, good. So,
I don't know if this is the assignment of Melky. Melky,
yeah,
this is your assignment.
Thank you, Zantepi. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Melchior.
My assignment is considered to the specific site, Lake Tana. As I have told you before, Lake Tana is the largest lake in Ethiopia, and it has a lot of endemic species, especially fish. The Tana is found in Amara region. It covers 3,600 kilometers square surface area, and it has 37 islands and 25 monasteries are found in this Lake Tana, and it also covers different species, bird species, especially pelicans, and now we can access these monasteries in different area of the lake by motorboats, but in last decades, Tanqua or papyrus cannon they used as transportation system that's made by ancient people designs, and it gives extra beauty for Lake Tana. The main form of transportation also used by the people is boating. Then they have been used since Egyptian pyramid age. These reed boats are manufactured on the shore of Lake Tana from the papyrus tree. The tree also grows around the lake. On the Lake Tana, especially every January there is a tanquay and boat race competition, which is more colorful, attractive, and enjoyable. People also loves mostly for Saint George festival annually celebrated in Ethiopian calendar, January 18. This about a short explanation or interpretation about Lake Tana. From this, we can segregate or we can select design, ancient people, transportation, beauty, shelter, Iceland, festival, religious attraction, enjoyable love, people are universal concepts. So these words are used in different country and around the world. And I use the first ice turn phenomena in the experience. All tourists, or I want to provide information to experience, to compete, to race boats, and to experience in Lake Tana. Second, I want to provoke tourists to enjoy in Lake Tana is, and the central theme of this paper or this presentation is what makes Lake Tana is beauty and special. And one question, on one open-ended question, how much you are interested to visit Lake Tana? This is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belkir. Very nice. A couple of comments. I really like the universal concepts that you have mentioned. And I think they match very nicely your main theme. So what is it that makes Lake Tana beautiful? What is beauty when we are there? I think that the first ace that you mentioned, so how to turn this phenomenon, this lake, into an experience, I'm sure you have a lot of good ideas on how to achieve that. I mean, I can imagine you can take a boat ride inside the lake, you can walk around the lake, you can visit the islands. All these are experiences, okay? So, and they can turn this phenomenon into a beautiful experience. I wait for the final assignment to see how you will engage the local community as well. Maybe do something with the fishermen, maybe do something with the craftsmen of the area. Just think about that. Okay, the open-ended question is good, but consider what you would ask the people who are already visiting the lake. So how would you phrase your questions to the people who are there? Okay. Good.
Every person what I reach or what I contact. Maybe you, maybe others around me ask and to verify, to clarify about Lake Tanas.
The opinion of everyone about Lake. That will be interesting. Okay, everybody, can you write one word about Lake Tana on the chat box and see what comes back? Okay, one word. Abraham, use the chat box. One word about Lake Tana. So Belkir gets extra inspiration for his final assignment. Okay? Even those people who have never visited. What is your opinion? One word. Okay, thank you very much, Belkir. Looking forward to reading your final assignment. And who would like to go next? Yes, Abraham, the floor is yours.
Abraham, do you want to do the share screen or shall I do it for you? What do you prefer? I'm not sure that I can hear you.
Meanwhile, just a parenthesis before Abraham begins. Gobe, because now you are back, I just commented what you said before. It was super interesting and thank you. Because I said after you left, this issue about the sensitivity of a site is very important and we should consider it within our interpretive plan. So maybe to put some limit on the number of visitors, maybe to add it in the content of our interpretation so that people are aware about the sensitivity of the place. Maybe consider the visitation flow. So where would people go within the site and maybe in which places not to allow too many visitors. So it was a really good comment and thank you very much for that. Okay, Abraham, do you want us to share your presentation so you can explain? Can you hear us? Yeah, okay, here we are. We can see your screen now.
I think there is yeah.
Yes, maybe you should shut down the camera so we hear you better. I think the connection has some problems. If you close your camera, perhaps it will be better. Okay, let's try. I still cannot hear something. Is it just me? Scientifically
No,
here?
neither I can hear, and I think that there is a problem with his earphones. Because I can hear something like a dark, very deep noise, but not his voice.
Abraham, could you take your earphones off so we can just listen to you? Or well, I think he is he's no longer here. Maybe he went out and now my boss. Okay, while we are waiting for Abraham, who would like to go next? Okay, Tilahun. Will you share or should we share for you?
He's muted.
Okay. Abraham, can you hear us now? I'm not sure who is sharing now. So is it you sharing the whiteboard?
It is Tilahun who does the share screen, the sharing of the whiteboard.
Okay.
But Tilahun, I think that you have created a document for your presentation. You have sent it to me. Shall I share this document?
Can you share?
Dilahuna, I can't hear you in case you talk. Valia, can you hear him?
No.
No.
Tilahun, we cannot hear you.
Yes.
Okay, now we hear you. So do you want us to share your presentation? Because now we see only the whiteboard.
Can you help me, please? How can I share?
You have to, not the when you press the share button, you have to select the file that you want to share, because now you are sharing a whiteboard, which is just blank. So go back to share the button and select the file that you want to share with us.
No, I can't
Maybe-
understand.
Okay, so
Shall
it's okay. Sartipi, if you can please share the file, and
Yes.
Tilahun, you will explain to us, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Have you heard me?
I think that we are ready now.
Yes.
Yes, have you heard me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you very much. My favorite site is the Castle of Fasilides. As I told you before, this castle is found in the Amhara regional state of the city of Gondar of the federal government of Ethiopia. This heritage site was inscribed under UNESCO in the year 1979. As we know that the city of Gondar was the capital of Ethiopian administration for more than 300 years. During these 300 years, many emperors were built their own castle for residential as well as palace purpose. So I want to introduce you that the castle of Fasilides is one of the heritage sites in the Gondar city within the compound of Fasil Gibi. My focus is there are about 10 heritage properties within the compound of Fasil Gibi, but my presentation is focused on the first one, the castle of Emperor Fasilides. So what it looks like is that, bring the picture, please. This is the main castle of Fasilides. Out of this, there are 9 remaining heritage properties, but this one is the castle of Fasilides. It is available in front of the main entrance. There are 12 entrance gates to enter in this compound, but this on this era, the main gate that the king was enter and out. This is the castle of Fasilides. So please proceed. This is a picture of Fasilides. It has many thoughts about the castle of Fasilides. There are many musics produced for, there are many films produced for the castle of Fasilides because it has an intense history. It has an architectural value. It has more economic value for the city of Gondar, I think it's possible to say the city of Gondar livelihood depends on the castle of Fascilatus, because tourism is the main source of income for the city of administration. So it has high economic value for the city of Gondar. So when I come to the phenomenon of the site, it fosters stewardship for all heritage, because after the building of the castle of Fascilatus, there are many heritages that was built by different emperors from the same type of raw materials. So the influence of castle of Fascilatus was high to build another heritage site. So it was a pioneer, and it has high influence on the architecture of the Ethiopian heritage development. So I choose the phenomena for the site is fostering stewardship for all heritage sites. When I come to the second point, I design the theme for the interpretation of the castle of Fascilatus. The first one is participation of local community and stakeholder. When we interpret this castle, to get a common understanding with the community as well as the whole community, participation is significant. Nowadays, in the case of Ethiopia, there is false narration, and depending on this false narration, there are ethnic group conflicts. So these are derived from the heritage. If you have an understanding about the heritage contestation and memorial conflict, there is a problem in the case of Ethiopia. So in order to mitigate such kind of problem, the narration part should be done on the participation of communities as well as scholars and stakeholders. So the second theme should be preservation and conservation. It is the other basic issue. Every cultural heritage needs safeguarding. Every cultural heritage needs preservation and protection. So this should be the theme for the castle of Fascilatus, because with the influence of age, with the influence of natural and cultural impact, it should be in danger. So in order to mitigate such kind of problem, the main theme for the interpretation should be depends on preservation and conservation. The other one is respect indigenous people and culture, what is there in the city of, because the peoples are associated with the heritage. So every tourist and other parts of the community should respect the indigenous people and their culture. The other one is ensure peace. As you know, nowadays, particularly in the current situation of the region, there are conflicts in many parts of the region, districts. So, as in my experience, I have seen many heritage sites that are affected by the war. Both fighters are attacking heritage sites. They use as a fortified. You know what I'm understanding from the on the war area, both fighters used heritage sites for you know, preventing themselves one another. So during this time, the one part or the one group make food on the heritage site, and destruction will be happened. So the other one should be ensure peace to keep the sustainability of the heritage. The other one is community beneficiary. Without community beneficiary, it is impossible to sustain the property of the heritage. So the interpretation must benefit the community by itself. The other one is disprove false narration. As I have told you before, there are many false narration in the case of Ethiopia, and there is big aggravations. So this aggravation leads to conflict and fighting. So the heritages are the one that is the root cause for the such kind of problem. So we need to disprove such kind of false narrations. Thank you for this part. And the other one is I prepare an open-ended questions for the Castle of Fascilators. The first one is from what type of raw materials were the Castle of Fascilators facility built? And the second one is, are there any study in the Castle of Fascilators? Are there any study which was conducted, particularly by high scholars? We need high scholars. Is there any document that shows about the history, aesthetic value, and other parts of the economic or other influence of the heritage? So the third question is, does the existing heritage laws helpful for the preservation of fossil GP? There is a proclamation here in the country level as well as the regional level. So is that helpful for the preservation of the fossil castle? The other question is, what does it mean for the site to be inscribed on the heritage list? Heritages are registered under UNESCO. What does it mean, the registration by itself? The other one is, how can you contribute to the preservation of the castle? There is an existing preservation in the castle facility as well as in the other parts of the heritage site. So what will be your contribution for such kind of activities? This is an open question for everybody because heritage is the concern of everybody, not a specific organization or a specific stakeholder. It is the concern of everybody. So this kind of question is forwarded to everybody. The other question is, do you believe that the castle of Fasil built by the Emperor Faisal? Do you believe that? And the other one, I hear many things about how can it was built and who were built and how many years the construction was ended. So there are many arguments regarding this. So I draft a question for any researcher or any stakeholder. Do you believe that the castle of Fasil was built by the emperor by itself? And the last question is, do you describe the basic features and decoration techniques of the castle available, interior and exterior of the castle? There are decoration techniques, interior and exterior of the castle. So do you describe their meaning? This is the last question. And proceed to this. I choose community participation mechanisms for the interpretation. The first one is break the ice with shared experience. Many of the local peoples, many of the stakeholders have less experience regarding this. So sharing experience is the best mechanism to involve at high level of the community, to involve the community for the high level. Because when you read the Italian people contribution to their heritage, we hear many things, many positive things for their country. So we want to share their experience to the city of the Gondar people, as well as in large scale Ethiopia level. The second one is cultivate curiosity. Curiosity. People should be curious. People should be curious by nature. So by giving a lesson, I want to increase their curiosity about the heritage. And the third one is participate in cultural exchange programs. There are many exhibitions regarding the heritage. So we want to invite those active youth, those concerning elders, to participate in the cultural exchange programs. So to grasp knowledge, to grasp how the other people's doing to preserve their heritage and how to boost for tourism purpose. So this kind of program is significant to participate the local people. The other one is practice active listening using social media. Nowadays, social media is the dominant media in Ethiopia. Everybody shows social media, so rather than the mainstream media. So we need to do more things in this social media. And the last one is action plan. I have tried to carry out some activities. So these is their own units target, and I have not put the timetable, but I try to show how action plan should be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tilahun. Very interesting points that you have raised. Just a couple of comments from me. I like how your description of the site is condensed, even though I understand it is very complex site. Still, you managed to present it in a condensed explanation. So that was really good. I think it's a good idea to focus on one of the castles. So don't try to do everything in this homework. It will be too big. I think, okay, about the phenomena. I need to explain again because I want to be sure that we all understand when I say phenomenon, I mean the thing that you present, the thing that you interpret. So one phenomenon is the castle. But another, you could say that you present the castle as one phenomenon, or you can say that you focus on details of the castle. So, for example, the door, the window, the material that is made of. Okay, so you can have big phenomena like one mountain, or you can have small phenomena like the trees on the mountain or the rocks of the mountain. Okay, so these are the phenomena. What you said, the fostering stewardship for all heritage, really good that you mention it. It's good to include it in your assignment. These are one of the 4 ACEs. Okay, so you have the phenomena and the ACEs. Good. The main theme, all the points that you have included for main theme are very good points. My suggestion is for this assignment to focus on one of all the points. Otherwise, again, it will be too difficult for you for this assignment to handle everything. Focus on one, okay? Open-ended questions, good, excellent. I like how you thought also about who is listening to these questions. Are the experts or is it a visitor? Okay, so obviously we would make different kind of questions according to the person who is standing in front of us. So if you want in your assignment, in your final assignment, you can specify who is your audience, okay? Because the interpretation would be quite different if you interpret to a group of experts and very different if you interpret to me, because I don't know anything and you have to start from scratch, Okay, so very different levels. Okay, good ideas about local engagement and the action plan. Yes, okay, you can go into more detail if you want, but that's for you to decide. Thank you very much, Tilakun. Really good.
Thank you.
Abraham, would you like to go next since we got interrupted before? Can you talk now so we can see if we can hear you? I'm not sure if you are talking now. Can you talk? So this is for Abraham Salfiti?
Yes, this is from for Abraham.
Okay. Abraham, can you talk so we can hear that your voice sounds normal this time? Hear you. Yeah, almost. Can you try to take your earphones out, unplug the earphones? Maybe it's better without the earphones. Can you try to talk now without the earphones?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now
Thank
it's
you,
perfect.
thank you, thank you. Maybe I'm using the PC microphones. Thank you for
Yes.
giving me a chance to discuss my assignment here. As you gave us the assignments, I selected the 4 photo in titles of historical events on Epiphany or Temkat in Ethiopia. Do you know about Temkat in Ethiopia? I think figure 1, there is figure 2, also there is a photo, and figure 3 also there is here. Figure 4, figure 2 I think it is, the figure 2 I think it is. So based on this 4 photo, the 4 photo are expressed about the Ethiopian Epi or Temkat in Ethiopia. In Amharic, it is Temkat. It is one phenomenon, one historical event, which is celebrated every year when the January is coming the day after one day, next Saturday, we will celebrate Temkat or Epiphany as annual. So I select Temkat or Epiphany. In Temkat or Epiphany, I choose for photo or for picture. Based on that picture, there is, can you slide it? Can you scroll it? Can you scroll it?
Can you
Yes.
scroll
Yes,
down?
yes, yes, yes.
The next page.
The next page from this
Yeah.
one. Okay, I will scroll
The
and
next
you
page,
tell me.
the first statement, the first title.
This
From,
one.
no, the first,
Before.
narration of the 4 photo.
Okay.
Narration of the 4 photo. I think interpretation services and narrations of the 4 photo.
Ah, okay, here.
Do you understand me?
Yes.
Sorry. Figure 1, the titles, maybe it is the interpretation service. The interpretation service and the narrations of the 4 photo or the 4 picture. the figure 1 indicated about the holy man of Orthodox Church, a respectful servant, pray to God that to change the normal nature water into Holy Spirit water of God. Figure 2, baptisms or taking Holy Spirit of water save their life from their sin. My daughter is coming. Sorry for interrupting of you. I will just, my daughter is coming. Sorry.
So cute.
She disturbed me. Sorry for the time being. She's coming. She's Afomia. As you know, that's figure 2, baptisms or taking a Holy Spirit of water save their life from their sin. Figure 3, those Orthodox religious servants serve the ceremony that's respecting and giving thanks to the God. Figure 4, the different people who believe on Epiphany will attend the event, coming and joining together to celebrate the ceremony. This is about the narrations of the 4 photo. The second one is interpretation of Ethiopian ጥምቀት with heritage interrelations thoughts. Interpretation thoughts of Epiphany or ጥምቀት is Ethiopian Epiphany or ጥምቀት is intangible, locally known is one of the most important holiday in Ethiopian culture and dates back to early 4th century AD. Since then, it has celebrated the baptism of Jesus in the river Jordan. This is about the interpretations of the heritage or the historical events. Data analysis of the Epiphany or ጥምቀት in Ethiopia based on principle of heritage interpretation to the intangible Epiphany, correlation and coordination. Number 1, it does not relate with personality or as the part. It is symbolize the universal publicity. Second, Epiphany is revelations of the baptism of Jesus, the Son of God, by the name of John on the river Jordan. Number 3, those Orthodox religious servants serve the ceremony that respecting and giving thanks to God by artistic dance and song, as you observed on the picture. The number 4, the themes. The themes means, I think the 4 themes or the 4 pictures include 1 themes, 1 Epiphany. The themes which is attached on the above is provocation of Epiphany, that to invite the visitors or tourists come to visit and celebrate the ceremony with together. It implies positivity, please. Positivity. It implies about what? Positivity. The 5th one, more than of 85 ethnicity of Ethiopia and other participants will come together to ceremonial reserved God spiritual water that to baptisms and save the life of them from their sin. It implies the whole, not the phase. 6, no aggregation of humanity. It also addresses the children. There is no any segregation. There is no any human inequality. It is equal for all humans. The decisions making of Epiphany for ጥምቀት interrelations, conclusions of the heritage. I think how to conclude this Epiphany, how to conclude this historical event. As my view, the themes, that means the 4 pictures. The themes may be the image or the point. The themes can describe any object, I think, maybe beautiful in attractiveness. So as my conclusion, based on my pictures, my themes, the theme shows us the integrations and interrelations of nature, religion, or belief and culture and social activities of the religion followers of Jesus. Last to say, it is my religion, it is my identity, it is my locality, it is my orality, it is my unity, it is our unity, it is our last solidarity. Local community involvement, how to involve the local community as my decisions based on the photograph or the pictures or the themes. Local community involvement in the Epiphany is simply for participating and giving thanks to their God. How the local community are involved in this historical event or in this historical heritage. My interpretation, as my experience, the local community involvement in the Ethiopian Epiphany is simply for participating and giving thanks to their God, taking the Holy Spirit of God water and last to save their life from their sin by the following of Jesus. The Ethiopian Epiphany or Temgat is annual plan interpretations every year starting from January 18, the coming January 18, I think now it is January 17. Tomorrow we will start to celebrate the Ethiopian Epiphany or the Ethiopian Temgat. It is to develop or promote, interpret this and other heritage site of Ethiopia. For the next year, I have developed the following proposal and action plan. Maybe the action plan can take. So in short, it is maybe for volunteers to support and donate me. I'm happy. Thank you, Valia.
Thank you, Abraham. We also have Epiphany, in Greece, and it is also a very big celebration. It is a very important religious celebration. So I understand pretty much the importance of it also in Ethiopia.
I don't have it. Sorry, Valia. I don't have an open mind question.
Okay. Yes, go on.
Can I add it? Can I add it?
Yes, please.
Let me read it. Have you saved your life by baptism? Have you saved your life by baptism?
Okay.
Second, are you a follower of Christianity? Are you a follower of Christianity? Third, do you know this is registered in UNESCO? Do you know this is registered in UNESCO? The last one is, do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe in Jesus or the almighty power of us? That is God, Allah. Maybe the difference between Muslim and Guyo Godana may follow him, may follow me. The difference between Muslim and Christianity is the name Allah and Jesus. In my view, God. Do you believe in Jesus or in God? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, some comments from my side. What you are dealing here is intangible heritage. And interpreting intangible heritage, sometimes it's very challenging, very interesting, and it could, if you do it right, it can be really memorable and meaningful for the visitors. Okay, so I'm always in favor of interpreting intangible heritage, but you need to do it really careful for several reasons. For example, when the Epiphany celebration is taking place, maybe I'm not sure how things are in Ethiopia, but maybe it would be strange if a bus full of tourists arrive just looking there while the celebration takes place, because it is religious, right? So you need to be careful and discreet. But having said that, if you can do it in a way that it is discreet and it is respectful, it's really, really good. Let's start with the open-ended questions that you mentioned now. As I said before, I am totally in favor of asking questions so that people start getting into a discussion. There are some subjects that are sensitive, and we need to be very careful. So, for example, if you ask, do you believe in Jesus? And you have a group of people that some people are Christians and some other are Muslims, maybe it will turn out a very interesting discussion that we all learn how to respect each other's religion, maybe. Or maybe you will end up with two groups of fanatics shouting at each other. So you need to be a very good and very careful facilitator when you deal with discussion about sensitive subjects, okay? So be careful with that. Another thing now, so Epiphany happens once a year. So you need to consider in your interpretive plan, will you interpret this celebration only when it happens, or will you somehow present it during the year? I'm not saying that one is good and the other is bad. I'm just saying that this is something that you need to consider, okay, in your interpretation. Okay. Also try to think about really practical issues, okay? Sometimes in interpretation, we have to be practical. How you are going to stage this experience. So you have the Epiphany celebration going on, and you have a group of people coming there. What will you tell them? Will they just stay there looking at the celebrations and not really explain much? Or should you explain something before they arrive so they understand all the things that you mentioned about, because not everyone knows what Epiphany is. Not everyone knows the story with the holy water, etc. So to understand the meaning and the core of this celebration, you need to have the context. You need to understand the story behind, the religious story behind. Final comment from my part. I really, really liked, wait, I have your file in front of me, and I really liked what you said, that the integration and interrelation of nature and religion, or the interrelation of belief, cultural and social activities. So I think this is really the best part for me as well, because what is religion? Okay, religion is the human's need to translate the nature and its own existence in a way that it becomes friendly, let's say, in the way that it makes sense to us. Okay, we have created God because we need a God. We need something that explains our beings. So what you say here, the interrelation between nature and culture, this is really the point behind this intangible heritage. How you are going to interpret that, I'm really curious to see. But for me, this is the really where you need to focus. This sentence is really to the heart of the issue here. Okay. I'm waiting for the final assignment, Abraham. Okay. I'm very curious to see how you will develop these ideas. Good luck. Really, you have put yourself in a very difficult situation, I have to say. What you chose to present is really tricky. So good luck. Thank you very much. Who would like to go next?
I have an assignment from Abdul Ahmed. I don't know if he's ready.
Abdul, would you like? If you can hear us, perhaps you would like to present the homework, the assignment, not homework.
Gobu is there. Gobu.
Gobu, is Ahmed with you? Is Abdul there with you? I'm not sure.
Gobu from the Borona.
Gobu already presented, but is Abdul there together?
We are not
Are
with
they-
Abdu. We
Okay.
are Sulu, Guyo, and Dambala.
Okay.
Abdu is not our group.
Abdul is not there. Okay, good. I know now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, who would like to go next? Who else is there?
Asmama is also there.
Asmabaf, do you have something to present to us? Can you hear us, Asmabaf?
To save our time, please. Today is Friday.
We also have Leblen, if she has prepared something, and Tulu.
Habib Mohammed.
Musa,
There is
Habib,
a man.
yes, Habib.
There is a man.
Gobe?
He's
Gobe, have you prepared something? I can't hear you, Gobe, because you need to unmute. Yes.
I added to the Magdas's what he presented because I will present the same thing. That's
Okay.
Dera del Fakar National Park.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So that's okay. Is there anyone else who has prepared something and would like to share? Okay, I don't want to force anyone if you don't feel like presenting. So in that case, I will show you, explain a little bit about the final assignment that you are asked to do.
Valia.
Musa, yes, Musa, I see.
Yes. Musa just sent.
Musa, would you like to present? There you are.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm a bit with the people. I cannot be shown on video.
Okay.
But I will present to you, if possible. I'm happy if you display my PowerPoint I shared in the WhatsApp.
Of course.
Absolutely.
So I suppose that now you can see the screen with your presentation, Musa, eh?
Sure,
yes.
sure.
Okay.
Thank you for your cooperation. Based on the assignment given, I will try to present you in a very short and brief way. Based on the assignment given, I chose one of the most typical and well-known heritage in Ethiopia. And this heritage, I hope you hear me, right?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, this heritage is called Lalibela. It is really very unique and different. Maybe almost all Ethiopians know about this heritage site specifically, because Lalibela is a carved, it's a group of 11 churches carved from a single rock. As you can see, it's a UNESCO inscribed heritage, one of the earliest assets that has Ethiopia inscribed at UNESCO. And commonly this heritage is considered as the eighth wonder of the world, like informally, because as you can see, these 11 churches are carved from a single rock during late 12th and 13th century. You can imagine how the people during that time able to think of this kind of architecture and brought this universal asset to the whole world. So I think this much explanation is okay about the heritage. What makes this site unique in other way is, we Ethiopians, we celebrate the Ethiopian Christmas. And mainly the Ethiopian Christmas is annually being celebrated at this site. As you can see, people in white clothes, they are celebrating Ethiopian Christmas. And this site is known also because it is a religious base. It has a religious base. It's a church, even if it's a heritage for all of us. So it's not only a standing heritage, it's also a place of ritual celebration. So to proceed to some of the key points stated in the assignment, I chose a theme in a very summarized way for this heritage. For example, as we all observed, this heritage is really very unique, very sensitive. Even we have a lot of projects, including by the ministry. We have a heritage conservation project underway this time. So this heritage requires a real commitment for conservation, I think. I quoted as a theme. And also the people of Lalibela, those residents who live around this heritage, they are mostly dependent on tourism. So, which means directly or indirectly, and also in an induced way. So tourism is very important for the society in this area. So maintaining an equal and fair economic benefit for this community is very
Can
critical.
you show the second slide? I think the things are there. Tatipi?
Yeah.
If you can hear me, if you can show the second slide.
I can hear. I do it, but I don't know why you don't see it.
Maybe it's the way you have shared the screen. Maybe you need to.
Oh, okay. Let me check the way and change it. Just a moment.
Maybe I can try if you want.
I think that now you must see.
Yeah. It's now.
I mean, you see the second, and then
yes.
Okay.
So as a thematic point, I put commitment, complete commitment for conservation, because this heritage is very sensitive. It's made of a rock, and it requires a strict conservation. And secondly, as I said, the local communities in the area, the local communities of Lalibela town, they are highly dependent on tourism. So maintaining or consolidating equal and fair economic benefit is very necessary. And also, as I said, this heritage is already inscribed by UNESCO. It's under a strict observation by UNESCO. So we need to keep and preserve the unique assets of this heritage as it is a universal, as it has a universal value. I summarized the theme in this way, and I tried to coin two main open-ended questions, taking it into account how the architecture of this heritage is stated, if possible, to imagine such kind of very unique architectural wise and art of the heritage during those times. Is it possible? And also I have stated if anyone is available, or if there is any similar asset which would look like Lalibela. Because I think Lalibela is really very different and very unique, especially in architecture. I have stated these two open-ended questions, and finally, maybe if we proceed to next page.
Can you see the next page now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I have stated three ways that would be possible to involve in the interpretations. One is, Lalibela, as I mentioned earlier, the local communities are highly dependent in tourism, not only for just like for mere economic benefit, but they are complete owners of the heritage itself. So it is better to further support and further engage the local community in preparing supplementary tourism products like handicrafts. The area is known for handicrafts dedicated for tourists, and they are also well known for weaving of clothes, scarves, and such kind of products are common. So, further strengthening the local community's participation through complementary tourism production is really very important. And the other is encouraging the local community to arrange and access like different accommodation facilities for visitors coming to the site. Maybe Lalibela has, of course, there is a fair distribution of hotels, guest houses in the area, but still tourists prefer to stay away from the indoor service, and they want to camp outside. And so if the possibility is further strengthened, the communities can arrange, the business is still there. I think such kind of development is very important. And the other thing is, in Lalibela, the places tourists can visit is not only the churches I mentioned. There are a lot of attractions in the surrounding, for example. So they need like escorts to be supported to, to get some facilities for camping, spaces for camping, and like for overnight stays, they need tents. They need some foods to be served. So in such a way, I think the local communities can directly involve in the interpretation courses of the visiting. And finally, I have just tried to think of what would be the next action plan I might execute. As I said, Lalibela is a very sport tourism destination, and it's a priority tourism development area. So I think I can think of, bringing a global summit, which can take place at Lalibela. Why not? I thought of such a proposal, and maybe the ultimate goal of the summit would be like on maximizing the local residents' benefit from tourism. As I said, the local communities are highly dependent on tourism. So I have crafted this kind of idea, and I thank you, finally.
Thank you very much, Musa. What a nice place this must be. I'm very curious to see it one day. It looks amazing. Okay. Another very sensitive place to interpret, because, as you said, this is heritage site for the scientists and the heritage people, but it is actually a sacred place, a religious place for the believers. So how to interpret in a way that you still respect the religious character of the site? This is really tricky, and it's a good thing that you mentioned that. I remind you and everyone else, try to express your themes in one sentence and try to think that the theme is like the title of the experience, okay? So I understand from the points you have made on the themes that this is what you keep in mind when you say, okay, how will I interpret that? All of them are good and valid, but when we are developing the main theme for interpretation, it's like the title of the experience or the title of the narrative that you are going to present. The local involvement ideas, all of them are very good, and obviously they are relevant to the specific site. One suggestion from my part, think on how to train these people. So train the craftsmen, the hostel owners, and the escorts, so that they can also offer some interpretation themselves. Okay, so they are not just offering, their crafts or selling stuff, but they do it in an interpretive way, which means that they manage to explain how their products are connected to the heritage in some way, okay? This immediately puts things on another level. It's really important. As for your plan, I think it's very ambitious and I like it. And good luck with making a global summit at this site. I would be very curious to hear about that. Thank you so much, Rosa. Who would like to go next? I think we have more files. Yes, Abdu, I see that you are raising your hand. Let's go to Abdu now. Would you like us to share your work, Abdu? Can you hear me? You need to unmute so we can also hear you.
Yes, sure. Are you hearing me?
I hear you. Yes,
Okay.
very well done.
Thank
Good.
you. You've seen my document?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I will try to present my assignment within the left 3 minutes. Thank you. The day of the presentation and I think this is the day is the conclusion day. So I'm not take to many time. So I selected the Danakil depression or another planet. So my presentation, I was trying to, okay. The Danakil depression is now on another planet on the Earth. This name is getting from different scientists, different researchers. Everyone who come to visit and who come to discover the place, they give their based on their assumption. They are renamed the place, and most of the people are agreed on the another planet on the Earth, and most people also size the hottest planet on the Earth, place on the Earth. That means the place is very hot around the around about maximum 51 up to 53 degrees centigrade.
Wow.
So it is a very hot place. So in this place, there is the local people as extracts salts from the deserts, but means the hundreds of kilometers are covered by the salts. It is known by its name on the Amolechao. So the people are extracting the salts and they are selling to the highlanders for the use of cattle, the purpose of cattle. So my ended question will be, continue, please continue. Okay. Open-ended question. How much salt bars are the camel carries? Because the size of the salt bar is look like this one. But have you seen this one? And how much salt bar can carry one camel? So this is one of my question, or as a researcher or as a site manager, then the local people will be explain how much one camel will be carry the salt bars and how much cost one salt bar based on the market, based on the situation of the market. The price of the salt bar will be exchanged time to time, but during my research or my question time for the local time, I will ask them the price of one salts and how the other people are extract salts and how they make it precised. But there is a lot of salts and the salts are extracted by three. They are extracted by three phases. The first one is they are extract from the grounds and they make it precise by axis, and finally they are make it the computer sized and they carry on the camel. So how the knowledge, where the knowledge come from? So I wanted to try to ask. This is the indigenous knowledge. There is a natural gifts of the salts, and how they know, how they can try to how they know to change this resource for to the to the market. And the final question, how the local peoples or Afar peoples are sustained within the unhospitable place. That, as I earlier I said, the place is around during the August time. The place is very hot. I know, but they are resistant to the hottest weather, and how they are resistant and how they are sustained to live this unhospitable place. So there is a secret, big secret, because but you don't know, but all of Ethiopian people is now in Afar. There are open area, land is very wide open lands. Another parts of Ethiopia, you can't get open parties, or you can't build your home without governmental or any responsible body. But in the Afar region, there is in everywhere there is dispersed population is not the place is open, so they can migrate the place and they can sustain their lives from outside of the place. But why the reason they are sustained here? And please continue my. So this is the secret, and the local in terms of the local community involvement is create the first thing is to sustain the place. We have to create the economic opportunity for the local communities by creating attracting visitors. The place, the nature is there is amazing nature, so we have to promote the place. We have to attract the tourists. Then from the tourists, we have to create jobs based on the flow of the tourists. Most of the people must be served the tourists. They can maybe sell handicrafts. They can maybe serve them. They can maybe rent their homes or another ways of services and stimulate local business. The government or the site manager must be try to stimulate, plan the site management, include their short and long plan how to stimulate the local business, because it is there is without the involvement of the local community, the destination cannot be sustained, or we cannot ensure the sustainability of the place. So we have to stimulate the local businesses and initiate indigenous knowledge. There are the people have their own indigenous knowledge, and so the knowledge we have to, even if we can train them, and the knowledge must be changes to the job opportunity. For example, the Afar people have their handicraft, cultural handicrafts that they must be make to the gift for tourists, only they can sell to. And there is a huge number of or high potential of salts. So maybe the salt sculpture may be involved around the place for the purpose of the gifts, and maybe the tourists come, the tourists come by and they put their homes for the memories for visiting the place. But the people may have to sculpture the salts they make by the different size. So, and initial local community, initiate the local community to feel ownership of the site, because the local community must be feel the ownership of the site, because the site manager or the government can could preserve or conserve the site without the involvement of the local community. So they must be benefit from the site and the building trust between the community and the heritage site management. They must be trust each other. Even if when we are doing something, we have to involve them. But in the case of the select, we can select from the people. How we select? There is a much problem. We can select the elders from. We can select from the side of the women. Even if so many cases we have to involve them, and we should have to feel the ownership of the site, and finally resolve conflict of the benefit. Most of the time there are a big conflict around the tourism destination or the visitor site, because most of the first from the tourist movements or activities, some people will be benefited and the other will be left. So we try to be mutual benefit from the site, and we try to be during the rise of the conflict, we try to be resolve the conflicts of the benefit, and finally, I think finally, yes. Finally, I will try to consider the following questions during the interpretive action plan or the interpretive plan frameworks. Means there is a big framework, but based on the framework, I will be asked why the interpretation is needed, for whom. So the purpose of the interpretation is subjective. And I will start from this view of points. Who is the audience? Who are our audiences? Researchers, tourists, other types of scientists, or so what are, because when we are interpreting, so we have to identify our audience first, then we will be interpret based on their interests. So what to interpret? There are a lot of resources around the site. There are a volcanic site, hot springs, the saltis, the salt sculpture people. That means the local people who are extract salts, and the naturally very amazing place that had amazing clearest. So what is to interpret? I will try to identify what is to interpret into what messages I wanted to communicate with my audiences. then what media is to use? Is there face-to-face interpretation, or is maybe what based on the media? What types of media? There are many social media, and satellite media. So I will try to identify those and how to implement the action plan. How, when, and how I will be implement the site plan for a short period or maybe it's a longer period of time. How to evaluate? Okay, my action plan is how would I evaluate it? So I will try to the evaluation criteria for the action plan. Maybe it is success or failure. The failure rate of the plan will be known based on the evaluation criteria. So the site manager will be consider those criteria, how to maintain or interpretation is updated, and finally the local people there the local people easily understand. First, we are starting from interpretation, or we take the knowledge from the local communities. So when we are writing the history or the backgrounds of the place or the local indigenous knowledge, so try to clear questions. We have to ask clear questions. It must be easily understandable for the local community because the knowledge is with them. So thank you. I try
Thank you,
to.
Abdul. Really impressive site as well. Although I'm not sure I want to go if it's 50 degrees there. I'm not sure I'm ready to experience that yet.
Yeah.
Okay, some comments. I like the title so much. the idea about another planet on Earth. That's really provoking my attention, and I think every visitor would say, "Okay, that's interesting. What does he mean?" And let's go and see from up close. I also like very much the idea about your questions, that actually the local people will be able to offer the answers to these questions. So how much does the salt cost, or how many salt bars can be carried with a camel? All this idea that you have a local person there able to explain or reveal the secret on how they can sustain, they can actually work in such an environment. This is really very nice, very good idea. Among all the points you had about the local involvement, I think it's very crucial what you say to build trust between the locals and the site management, and also to resolve any conflict. So you need to start from there. And obviously, in my opinion, at least, it is the responsibility of the site management to make sure that they build trust. So they are the ones who have to initiate such an effort, such an activity. Also, very good point, who is our audience? Because this stands for every side, okay? It's very different if the audience is, they are researchers, they already know a lot of things about the site, or they come as, not knowing much. It's very different if they come for 1 day, just part of a bigger trip, rather than staying there for many days and coming again and again to our site. It's very different if they are old people, if they are middle-aged, or if they are teenagers, or if they are children. So to know the profile of our audience is crucial on how to build our interpretation. Okay, good work. I'm looking forward for the final assignment, and thank you very much for the effort. Who would like to go next? I see more assignments are arriving while we are talking, so who would like to go next? We still have Gautam, Mohammed, Lemlem. I see you also shared a file. Would you like to present them? If you hear us. Anyone?
Can I present mine?
Yes, please, Lemlem, please.
How are you?
Very well. With all these nice places that you show me, I'm really, really well.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe my assignment maybe in our region highly gifted by nature, natural tourism attractions. I have chosen some of these tourism resources, the 3 big caves and waterfalls in our region, named by Shakshako Cave and Waterfall, which is found in Shaka Zone, Aku Cave and Waterfall, which is found in West Omo Zone, Shokela Cave and Waterfall, which is found in Konta Zone. The universal concept of these 3 caves and waterfalls are being natural tourist attractions. It is preferred for birdwatch tourists due to the existence of different species of birds in the cave and around the waterfalls. Also, the historical background of all the caves has not been confirmed by research. It is said that people used to hide there during war. Team 2, archaeological research is needed in all caves. Because there are cave inscriptions and also research on bird species is needed because there are endemic bird species in there. By the way, the Shakshako cave and waterfall named derived from the species of birds called Shakshako. Open-ended question I have. Do you think endemic birds will be distinguished by research? Do you think there will be an archaeological discovery? Maybe the local community involvement create economic opportunity for the community to association of local guides and individuals and engaged in the sale of tourism products. Thanks a lot. I finished my assignment.
Thank you very much, Lemlem. What a nice place. Oh, and is it possible to visit all 3 caves at the same day, or you need a lot of time in each one of them?
Each month you can one package.
One package and everything. Okay, interesting. Okay, some comments from my side. I understand that the bird watchers might also want to visit because of the endemic species, etc. So again, in that case, your interpretation must be adapted to this special kind of visitors. Okay, you have to think what is it that they need to see. But that doesn't mean that you just offer the bird watching. You can offer bird watching together with some narrative so that they come, for the thing they love the most, but they also get some other experience as well. So, or they listen to some nice stories as well. You mentioned the economic benefits, and I agree. This goes for everyone. You all mentioned the economic benefits. Yes, it is crucial to have some economic benefits. However, don't forget about feeling proud about the site. Okay, because the economic benefits sometimes maybe they will go away. Maybe something happens and you no longer have as many visitors as you have now. So you need to distinguish between the benefits, the monetary benefits, and the sentimental benefits. Okay, you need to build both these elements to the local community. And finally, the open-ended question. Sandeep, can you show, please, again, the open-ended questions? Because I wanted to say something, but I didn't have the time to write
Yes,
down my
yes.
comments. Thank you.
Yes, I will.
Sorry about that.
Just one moment, please.
Yes.
Be open and get questions. I think that, yeah, here we are.
Yes. Okay. I remember now. So in some cases, like, oops, a lot of noise coming up. Okay. So in some cases, like what Lemlem said here, we have sites, but still the research is not complete. So there are unknown facts about the birds, about the heritage, about the castle, whatever, because the researchers still haven't managed to finish their research. We can still interpret that, and we can still add to our interpretive narrative the parts that we do not know, and openly admit that this is still something under investigation. The discovery of this site is so recent that our scientists still haven't managed to know everything about this site. Okay, this is not like a weakness in interpretation. It can be something intriguing for the visitors, that things are still very fresh. They are visiting something that is still under investigation, and this adds up to the excitement. Okay, so I like this open-ended question because it shows that research is still ongoing. Good work. Thank you, Lemlem, and I'm looking forward for the final piece of work, okay? Don't forget about that. Okay, who else would like to go? I know we still have some people who have sent their work. Tom, you want to talk? Asmama, do you want to go next? Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
Can I get?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
As Mama, this is your assignment, yeah?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hi.
In our region, Southwest Ethiopian region, there are many cultural, historical, and natural heritages. Now is a present at you from intangible heritages. As well as narration of the four photos, finger one, Mashkar Baru is a new year of the Kafa nation, and it is a festival where the Kafa king of the Kafa nation reviews the activity of the state ministers and Warafo during the year end ceremony in held. The festival will be celebrated on September 12 to 11 to 12. Finger 2, Konta Nations is a change of nation New Year, and the festival is celebrated from August 5 or 6 to September up to September 16. Hingicha means a beautiful decorated in the express of the native of the nation, and it means the time when the flowers begin to bloom, the plant and crop lose the cloud and the rain area cleared, and the sky in clear, and the farmers harvest the winter crop and see flowers and band after break from wedding. It is a festival that the gather together and celebrate with various events and welcome each year with a beginning. Other fingers.
Can we scroll down?
Okay. Other fingers is Tokvia. Tokvia is a turn of the year festival of the Doro people, and it is celebrated from August 27 up to 13, when the first moon of the new year appears in the shape of a cow horn and is visible to human eyes. Others best bar is New Year festival of the Bench Nation, and the festival is celebrated with a special delicacy. A principle of heritage interpretation to the intangible. Mashkarabaro, Engicha, Tokubia, and festival. One, this festival is not associated with worship, but the natural value of nations. It strengthens people to people is relation. It also the cultural value of the nation to be passed on to the next generation. It helps to introduce their culture to the country country and the world. Note what this festival have in common of cultural value and their traditional social economic significance. It looks like this. Thank you. And
thank you, Swama. Thank you very much. This is exactly the last note that you mentioned. Is also what my comment was, that I think it's very interesting to interpret how different groups celebrate the new year. So the same thing, but what are the similarities and what are the difference, or the way people celebrate the same thing, okay? That would be very interesting for any visitor, but also for the local community to know what are the similarities between them and other groups. When you do your final assignment, please remember to cover also the other points. So the main theme, the title of this experience, the involvement of the local people, the open-ended questions and stuff like that. Okay? Looking forward to reading more about this. It's a very nice idea to start with. And I see a question here from Guyo. No, Guyo, this is the last day. This is why we now share the final presentation. So no class tomorrow. Sorry to say. I know we enjoy it here, but still, at some point we have to finish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we still have any other, anyone else? Mohammed, I see that you have also sent something. Would you like to share? Would you like to explain your ideas about this assignment? And we also have Goitom, who hasn't spoken yet, if you want. Okay. If you change your mind, just tell me. Hi, Mohammed, there you are. Would you like to tell us about your presentation?
Almost the time is going, but I want to share a few points regarding
Yes, please.
this heritage site.
Yes.
Maybe I'll I'll submit. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. This is just a cave known almost in Ethiopia as the famous place. It's called HerMaP Cave. It's a unique spirit of caves, by the way. It's researched by international researchers, especially from French and Italy as well. Nowadays, we are doing or working on final document to register as World Heritage Site as famous. It's a really natural wonder. It's not only nature, it's mixed with cultural events as well. Little bit. Yeah, great. There are natural wonders as well. There are rivers. The Coal Web River is inside. It's about 15 kilometers distance inside. It's very famous. The architect, the landscape, the dramatic way of going rivers inside this cave is unique. There are also some of the wildlife inside this cave, like bats, fish, crocodile, are some of the wildlife inside this cave. Around this cave, there is beautiful dramatic landscape and some of the forests. Really, there are wildlife also in those landscapes and wild forest. This is some of the natures around there. I propose this thematic, only single thematic, the synergy of nature with culture, because of some of the cultural events and values integrated with nature dominant heritage site. This is my thematic area because of this. There are also my go up. Yeah. I also put some of the open-ended questions, like when I'm doing interpretation of this site, I have to just ask such questions. What's behind the name given to this cave, Sof Umar? Normally, Sof Umar is the name of a person that live long time around this cave. That's why it's called Sof Umar. Another question, what's unique thing regarding Sof Umar cave and around, because the around communities are there, some of the natures around, it's linked to this cave. That's why I propose this open-ended question. The third question is, what are the cultures and the religious events celebrated here in South Oman? This is just for local community to advise, to consult those local communities around, and just even there are communities inside this cave they live there. So these are the open-ended questions. The way I want to participate these communities through discussions. I want to consult those local communities. They know history of this place. They know the behind narratives. So I have to discuss issues with them. They have to participate through this discussion group. The second one is I will train them and just represent interpreter from them. They know well, but I have to train them. Action plan for the next week, maybe consultation workshop continues regarding our interpretation development issues, because this is a heritage site. I hope that next year it will be registered as a World Heritage Site. Now it's under nomination list. We are working on final documents. There are some recommendations from UNESCO. So really, we hope that it will be the famous World Heritage Site. So consultation workshop will continue regarding interpretation. By the way, hope that we'll have interpretation development issues in this site in the near months. Maybe development activities have to be gone. Again, I will collect assessment about the interpretation. Is it real? Is there anything left? The gaps about our interpretation, maybe feedback and assessment. This is what I have for the time being. Really, I did, even if I am busy with some assignments. Sorry, I will enrich and send for you for
Yes. Good. I'm waiting for that. Okay. I really like the theme. Excellent. The synergy of nature with culture. Really, really. You have me hooked there. Really. Yes, I agree. The best thing to do with the locals, since you say that they already know a lot of things, you need to continue with their training so that they know the way to interpret. So it's not enough if you have the information and the stories, but you need to be able to communicate this. So I agree. This is a good point. And I also like the idea of you continue with the consultation workshop. In my opinion, this is a never-ending story, especially in UNESCO sites. I know that it is also a prerequisite. So UNESCO really insists on local engagement and the involvement of local people. So yeah, it's really good to work on this participatory approach, and completely also agreed with finding the gaps, what can still be improved in the interpretation, and assess what you already have there. So yeah, I am looking forward for the final assignment. Maybe you will have more time and you can manage to develop a little bit your thoughts. But I think we are on the same page, Mohammed. So well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so yes, I see there is a question here, and this is what we are going to discuss next. There is a final homework assignment which you will have to send to us for the completion of this course. Let me share my screen so I can explain. Actually, what this is like built up on what you have already done. Okay, so what you need to prepare is an assignment when, again, you have to give us a brief description of your site, and also what are the universal concepts that relate to your site. What is the narrative that you want to share about your site? And if possible, can you express your narrative in one sentence? In other words, what would be the title of this experience? Then you need to make sure that the main theme, this title, somehow relates to the universal concepts. So the narrative somehow expresses the universal concepts of your site. Think about the phenomena. So what are the elements of the heritage that you would select if the person visiting only had 1 hour there? So where would you take me if I visited your site and only had 1 hour? What are the stories that you would tell me about each of these elements. Again, the stories need to somehow support your main theme so that they all gather up nicely with each other in a meaningful way. What we already said, so how would you involve the local community in your interpretation, and what are the open-ended questions for just one of the phenomena? So just think of several questions about one spot where you would take me. Is it clear? I remind everyone that you need to send this in about 2 weeks. I think we said until February the 3rd, Samsipi, is this correct?
Yes, this is correct.
Okay. So it's 2 weeks plus a weekend. You have almost 17 days to prepare this. As you can see, a lot of the things that are here are things that you have already prepared within the workshop. So all you have to do is make it a bit more presentable, or add any new ideas that you may have in the following days. My suggestion is to start working on this as soon as possible, because now everything is still fresh in your head and it's easier for you to prepare the assignment. If you have any questions about any of that, please visit Moodle. There is material there that you can use. All the presentations that we have made are there uploaded. Look at the handouts that we have shared with you. If you had problems with your connection, you can also find the recorded versions of our meetings on the Moodle platform. So all the material are there. If you still have questions, you can also ask on WhatsApp. And another thing, in 1 week from now, what is the exact date, Samsipi? You are muted. It's on the 23rd. Yes.
Yes,
So,
23rd at 11 o'clock morning Ethiopian time.
good. We will have one meeting for 1 hour to discuss any questions that you might have about your assignment. Okay, so feel free to join this meeting. Even if you don't have questions, maybe someone else will ask something that will click with you as well. So it's always very, very useful to meet for this 1 hour to answer any questions you might have about this assignment. Okay. It is essential that you make this assignment and that you send it to us, because it is part of the workshop. To complete the workshop, you really need to do this last part. And I think it's very useful because it is your opportunity to put in practice what we have discussed for your own situation, for your own sites. Okay. Any questions?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
It's not question, just my recommendation or some of the ideas maybe in the future. Really, I'm very happy. It's interesting training. Really, it was very good. The way you approach the participants are very good. It's interactive. I was feeling really very good. Maybe if you have chance, it's better to load another additional materials. Really, if you have experience from any corner of the world, case of heritage site, case studies, because maybe these guys are from local destinations, heritage sites. They can use as resource materials. Even they relate with their case studies. So really, I recommend if you have chance and if you have such materials
Yes.
with those case studies.
Yes, for sure, Mohammed. Good idea. We can do that.
Yeah.
Yes, I can upload on WhatsApp a couple of websites where you can search for more. Okay, where I know that they have free to download material. Okay, I can do that.
Thank you. Really, then TP knows well why we select this topic. I hope that we'll have such training on site as well. I hope. Really, it's better if we repeat these interpretation issues because we have so many heritage sites, but there is limitations with interpretation facilities and developments. If this part missed, you cannot have uniform information just to deliver for visitors. Even you cannot scale up the experiences. They cannot be memorial, as you said. They cannot feel touchy, just emotions. So I hope that we can have again such training on site. You promised. I want to say because you will visit such amazing and beautiful heritage sites in from just local 45 degrees centigrade to highland, Valley Mountains National Park 4,333. So Ethiopia has a wide variety of weather, landscapes. Really, there is no winter, okay?
Yeah, I know. I'm very jealous about that.
Thank you very much. I want to say again, thank you on behalf of Ministry of Tourism. Really, I was very happy. I hope you will have you again on site. I want to say thank you. Even I want to say again, participants that participate actively with you, just bring issues with them at local level and with you openly because of your approach. Really, thank you very much. I want to say all of you, thank you for the success of this training.
This is true. I also need to thank everyone participating because, you know, this workshop would have been able to complete if it weren't for your participation. And it was all the ideas and all the cases that you shared with us that really made this richer and more interesting. I have a final question, a final request. As usual, I would like to put my question here on chat and ask everyone to answer. So today the question is, by the end of this workshop, I feel, and I want to see what the answers will be. Just, you can write anything, okay, on the chat. And we will meet again on the 23rd. Don't forget that. You will also receive an invitation on WhatsApp. So make sure that you are there. And that's it. I'm waiting for your answers. It's funny to see the faces now that were in separate cameras, but they are on the same room.
Shall I propose also to take a picture with all of us?
Ah, that would be nice. Should we all open the cameras if possible?
So if you want to open the cameras, we can take a picture. And if you want, we can also share it with you through email.
Yes, please.
Okay, so smile. And just a moment. And I take the picture, smile.
Hey.
Okay.
One more because Lensa opened the camera now.
That's true. And I also had a message. So let's smile again. I have a lot of messages. Guys, don't send me right now messages. Wait 5 minutes, okay? Opo, sorry for that. One more time.
Go on. Yeah, it's fine. We're still
Okay,
smiling.
now we got it.
Excellent. Thank you, Xampipi.
Guys, I would like to remind everyone that I'm going to send here in the chat a link so that you can provide us with your feedback about the workshop. I have sent it in the WhatsApp group as well, but I will send it here as well for those who don't use the WhatsApp application. So yeah.
Thank you, Selena. So this is also important. We need to hear from you. What was your impression of the workshop so that we can improve? It was really nice talking with you these 3 days. I really enjoyed all the experience, the Ethiopian experience. One day, I'll visit myself.
Shall I also say something about that? I would also like to thank you all for being here these 3 days. I would like to thank Mohammed for being the contact person who brought us here, because without him, we couldn't reach you guys. Reach you out. And of course, I would like to thank Valia for providing us this participatory workshop. I think that it was excellent, and I wish that we will keep being in contact, because not only we can have other workshops in the future, but in Heritage, what we really want is to learn from each other. So I would be very interested, if you like, to organize one-to-one, let's say, meeting in order to discuss a little bit more about training needs, gaps, things that you concern in Ethiopia and the heritage management field in the country. So in that way, we can, exchange some information, enhance our networking, and start establishing, let's say, a relationship. So I will send you an invitation for one-to-one meetings, and I would be very happy to see you again through this process.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the nice messages. And what can I say? I wish you a nice evening, a nice celebration of Epiphany tomorrow. And we'll meet again in a few days.
Yes, see you next week, Valia, for this 1-hour meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
See you again.
Bye bye.
See
See
you.
you then. Thank you in advance.
Mohammed እንደምን አለ?
ባይ ባይ
አላችሁ?
መሐመድ ቃሲም
Bye, thank you.
ቤት እንዴት ናችሁ?
ጥላሁን
ሰላም ናችሁ አይደል?
አቶ ጥላሁን
እንዴት ነው?
ደህና ነህ?
ሰላም ነው?
መሐመድ እንዴት ነህ?
ሰላም ሁኑ፣ በርቱ።